That's what the track builds.
If you ain't talking money, then I don't want to talk.
Still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys, catch them slipping and slang them. Treat them like jack boys, catch them slipping and slang them. Then I'm still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys, catch them slipping and slang them. Treat them like jack boys, catch them slipping and slang them. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys, catch them slipping and slang them. Treat them like jack boys, catch them slipping and slang them. Then I'm still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing.
Welcome everybody to another edition of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. I gotta fix that. And so we're just gonna get straight into the topic here. Everybody knows that Karmelo Anthony got out on he's on house arrest, and of course his bail had been set to from $1 million to $250,000. And everybody's in an uproar, outraged, and a judge got doxed. So without further ado, we're just going to get right into it, because obviously everybody and their mamas is just having a field day with this story, even though I just feel that this kid has potentially, I don't want to say ruined his life, but I just think from here on in, we as parents should teach our children about laws in our state. No matter where we're from, Texas, Florida, Michigan, Alabama, California, it doesn't matter. We should obviously teach our children about the different laws and the different dynamics of in this country, because this is what's being missed. A 17-year-old boy was not read his man rights, and when you don't get read your rights, obviously they're going to use some things against you. I'm talking about the prosecutors. But he can use this to his favor because he was not read his Miranda rights. He can use this to his favor. Now, the whole knife thing, that's going to be a slippery slope decline. But most likely he might do manslaughter. They might give him a minimum sentence of 5 years. 5 years, 4 years reduced sentence for a year. He can get out within a year, and like 10 years probation. I don't. With this, I looked at it on both ends. I don't see him getting out of this smooth unless there is some type of evidence, because again, there's too many holes involved, too many gaps between, get your ass up out of these bleachers, because these are our bleachers, to it's just a whole bunch of stuff. It's just too many gaps, too many holes. And like I said, everybody and their mama think that they're, top flight security, aka top flight lawyers, aka top flight judges. And speaking of judges, I am deeply taking a backseat with Judge Joe Brown and his analysis on how what used to be back in the day. And first and foremost, this came out of his mouth. He said, and I quote, any and everybody is obligated to tell a person, if they were in a stadium like the one that Karmelo was in, they have the right to grab him, get him up out of there. No, they do not. Number one, that's illegal. Number two, you will get suspended from school. Trust me, if that would have been my black ass telling a white boy to get up out the, you're on the wrong opposing team, which had no assigned seats. Plus, it was raining out. So, again, there's just way too many gaps in this situation. Club Town, ain't no holes or God's common sense. No need for a knife to be involved. Well, again, you don't know this person's situation. But it's right for a white boy to bring a gun to school. It's right. It's right because white is right. It's right for a white boy to bring a gun to, let's just say, a grocery store. He can bring a gun to Walmart. He can bring a gun for protection purposes. For protection purposes. So anybody, any mama who is white can bring a gun to a function. Is that what you're trying to tell me? If that's the case, then I don't want to hear about another black man raising his gun to somebody and blasting their freaking head off. I don't even want to hear about it. It's for their own protection. It is for their own protection. But let me not get lost in the sauce for all these yahoos out here who want to justify what's right and what's wrong. I'm just going to get straight into it, starting with a good friend of mine, Mr. Nathan Daley. Now, Nathan Daley, he is an ex-cop for 13 years in Atlanta, and he has a right, in my opinion, to critique what's been going on in this case. But without further ado, let me go ahead and get to that, because I'm going to discuss about the judge later. Let me discuss about this judge now. It's quite sad that we don't see the racism in this country, the bigotry in this country, the Samboism in this country, when a woman, a black woman, remember the same, we're talking about the same black woman, right, that men don't want to follow. The same black woman that said that men say that women have no business, being I can't even say it. I'm so tongue tied. Women shouldn't be anything. Women shouldn't even be doctors, lawyers. It's just, men are all over the place, and I'm not saying all men. Women don't have a right to work. Women don't have a right to any type of speech. They just need to just cook and clean. That's their obligation. Well, this particular judge here, Judge, I want to get her name right, Angela Tucker. I don't think any relations to Chris Tucker. Following a controversial decision to reduce the bond sentencing, the 17-year-old Karmelo Anthony in Cullen County, Judge Angela Thomas is now under high security alert due to the threats being made on her life. According to TMZ, Cullen County Sheriff officer confirms that both it and the FBI are investigating the threats which were reported by staff and concerned citizens. The threat emerged after Tucker lowered Anthony's bail from $1 million to $255,000 in a murder case seeming in a high school track meet stabbing. In response, Judge Tucker also made social media account private. Authorities are also investigating whether any individuals unlawfully disclosed her private information online, which could result in criminal charges. If you and X is just off the hook with it. X, aka Twitter, they are clearly off the hook with this one because now, I mean, you know, she's FFEDEI and you know she's BLM for life and blah 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 blah. This is a woman that got a boy off, a young man. Just imagine if you were facing the same criminal charges and she got your punk ass off for the same amount of, or even something more reduced like 150,000. You mean to tell me she is unworthy? And I want to question some of these Sambo's insanity too. But that's beside the point. Let's get into what we were going to get into, and that is Mr. Nathan Daley's how he can critique and analyze this at will, because he's an ex police officer for, like I said, 14 years. Let's get into it.
But now, first degree murder, but I don't think they're going to get it, you guys. Comparing photos. Mindset of a sensitive issue regarding skin color, race. There is so much hatred. Lord, I just ask that you remove this veil of anger, this veil of hatred, ignorance, bigotry, stupidity, off of the hearts and the minds and the spirits of people under the sound of my voice. Lord, please guide us into coming together, having a healthy conversation and removing bad actors, whether they're on either political aisle. Despite what their skin color is, racism is racism. It's not exclusive to skin color. Lord, I just ask that in this time, we're able to have a healthy and mature conversation about race relations and be able to get to the bottom of this situation while removing all the anger, bigotry, and hatred. In Jesus' name, amen. Listen, welcome back. This is The Real Nathan Daley, and this is another episode of The Crime Classroom. Listen, you guys, this topic has stirred up a lot of commotion. We are seeing the anger and the hatred and vitriol coming out of the depths of people's soul, the depths of their stomach, and it's on display for the world to see. what is going on in our country. It doesn't take much. You guys, listen, this case isn't about racism. It's not about skin color. It's not about being black or white. It doesn't matter what your color of your skin is. You could still be a racist. If you're not coming here with good intentions,
we'll agree to disagree with that.
don't speak on it. We're going to break this case down, and here are the chapters. 1, we're going to focus on the facts. 2, the police report. We're going to talk about Karmelo's statement. We're going to talk about the statement of the witnesses, the criminal charges, the use of force, and then after that, we're going to close this thing out. And I'm going to give you my summary about this case. Listen, you're talking to an expert witness of use of force, police policy, and procedure. You guys, this is right up my alley. I'm going to break this thing down to you. Here is how it all goes down. Let's talk about the facts of the case. Listen, don't get caught up in all the foolishness being put out on social media. You have people who are comparing photos. They're comparing guns. They're comparing GPAs. And some are comparing GoFundMe accounts. Those things are irrelevant and have nothing to do with the facts of the case. You have to block out the white noise, all of it, shut it down, and focus on the facts. Let's talk about what the facts are. This is between 2 high school students, 2 17-year-old boys who unfortunately got into an altercation that led to the death of one of them. Who are we talking about? We're talking about Karmelo Anthony. We're talking about Austin Metcalf. How did this whole thing start? It began with Karmelo inside the tent. For whatever reason, he decided to go there, whether it was the rain or he wanted to just sit there. It's not against the law for him to be there. So let's clear that up completely. The second thing is,
but according to Judge Joe Brown, he he was privileged. According to Judge, I had to play that clip. I'm taking a back seat to Judge Joe Brown and his bullshit. But let me not get overly emotional. Let me continue.
Austin told Karmelo that he needs to leave from the team's tent because he doesn't belong there. For whatever reason, Karmelo decided he's not going to leave. You guys, that's his right to do so. What happened? After that confrontation, that verbal dispute, some form of threat was made stating that Austin was going to physically remove Karmelo because he would not leave on his own. What happened? Karmelo made a statement saying, "If you touch me, see what happens." And then from there, he reached into his bag, and that was it. Apparently, Austin then proceeded to touch him. Some say he was pushed, some say he was punched, some say he was grabbed.
And this is the part where I say if there are too many holes involved, there's too many gaps, and plus there are kids that have cell phones. There are adults who have cell phones. Why weren't the adults involved in this debauchery? White folks. Austin Metcalf would still be alive today if you were to just intervened. But since it's a black kid, most white folks don't like to intervene in certain stuff. I'm just making a statement. And if you really cared about this kid, if you really cared about the university so much that this boy was just, the captain of the football team and he could do no wrong and blah, 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 blah. Why did you not prevent this from happening in the first place? It's very simple math. Again, there are too many gaps. Let's get it.
At that point in time, Karmelo took out a knife and stabbed him in the chest one time. It hit his heart. He ended up dying from that wound. Karmelo fled the scene and he was later stopped and detained by officers. Now, what did he say when he was stopped? He told the officers that I did it. It's not allegedly, I did do it. I told him not to touch me, and this was self-defense. And he asked, is this self-defense? Could this be self-defense?
And this is the part where when he stated it, that one of the I guess it was one of the attorneys. I have to find that clip that stated Karmelo Anthony's rights were violated because the officer that detained Karmelo Anthony did not read him his fundamental rights, his Fifth Amendment rights, which is, again, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. If you do not have an attorney, one will be provided for you with no charge. Do you understand the rights that has been said to you? Those are your. You know what happens when we get arrested? They read us the law. Those are our rights. We shouldn't be saying anything, and apparently Karmelo did not know these things.
So forth and so on. He made some direct statements to the officers, and he was detained and he was taken away. Okay, Karmelo is being charged with first-degree murder. Okay, that's the only charge as of now. It could change, it can increase, and additional charges can be added. Okay, that is the facts of the case. Now, as we dive into it, what's the next part? Let's go into the details of the case, followed up with what? The police report. This police report, a lot of people are gravitating to when they're making videos and statements as if this is the Holy Grail. This police report is only about what transpired in that moment. These are brief preliminary investigations. It's not detailed enough. There's a lot of facts that are missing. Over 30 witnesses' statements are not inside this report. There's statements from Karmelo that are not inside this report that only his attorney has access to. There's video evidence that's been collected that we don't have access to. There's so much more context to this particular incident that we don't have access to, and the police report does not cover, and it can't cover. Why? This is a preliminary account of what took place. And listen, the officers in the department, apparently they did a great job managing the crime scene, getting the evidence and interviewing people and finding out who was involved, and also the witnesses that actually documented the incident via cell phone footage.
Didn't I just say that? Didn't I somewhat similar? Didn't that was somewhat similar to what I just stated?
Okay, so this police report doesn't have everything that a lot of people think it should have. Why do I say that? You don't really understand exactly what you're looking at. There's about 60% of evidence that's missing in order to really formulate an actual picture of what took place.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to everybody who was in the chat. What's good?
People are asking the million-dollar question, is this self-defense or is this murder? Listen, we're going to talk about it. I'm going to show you how to properly examine a police report and looking at the statements made by the witness that's documented by the officer. I'm going to point out to you the issues with the witness's statement and the issue with the officer not asking specific questions based on a bias of assuming guilt before properly investigating. Let's dive in to the first statement. This is witness number one, witness J. What does he say? J states that Austin told Karmelo to move from their tent. What does he say? He says, then Karmelo grabbed his bag and opened and reached inside. He told Austin, touch me and see what happens. Austin proceeded to touch Karmelo. Listen, this is the first assault. Whether you like it or not, you are not allowed to put your hands on anybody. That's just a fact, whether you like it or not. That's the reality of it. That's a violation of someone's personal space. What is the witness Jay saying? He's saying that after he put his hand in the bag, he said, don't touch me. What happened? Austin reached and touched him. We don't know in what manner and we don't know how. That's very important. What does he also say? He states that Karmelo stated, punch me and see what happens. That's important. A short time later, this is important. He's saying he's given us a time frame, meaning that this event lasted longer than we all assumed it did. A lot of people believe that the person was grabbed, he was touched, then he was stabbed. No, what this indicates to me is that this has been taking place for a significant amount of time, right? This took place long enough for people to what? Video record. This took place long enough for there to have multiple witnesses. We're talking over 30 witnesses saw this argument. The witness is explaining to us in a very coded language that this was a heated debate between two people.
and this is the reason why I said it's more going on than people are letting on. Megyn Kelly, this dumb broad, has the alligator gall to just, I don't know, twist the story around and make it seem as if this man had multiple records and was not even a good kid. This kid scored a 4.0 GPA average. This would be his first conviction. His first. Not his second, not his third, not his fourth. This would be his first. And like I said, some of us, not all of us, but some of us are running around with chickens with a head cut off, stating that this boy should get the electric chair. I'm like, what? From something that could have been prevented by Metcalf, or better yet, something that could have been prevented by everybody else. Where was security? And this was not, and by the way, let's get the premeditated stuff out of your minds right now. This was not premeditated because they didn't even know each other. But why do you have a bag? Why do you have a knife in his bag in the first place? Well, it's the same reason why white boys have guns going into Walmart. That will never change. Plus, it's a Republican state. So think of the outcomes that's going on in Texas. I don't know what the hell's going on in Texas. But he has to prove. What up, KJ? KJ in the building. He has to prove without shadow of a doubt that it's self-defense. And due to the laws and the stature, it has to be an equal playing field, which this kind of lessens it because he did have a knife in his backpack. But although I would not mind it if how he defended himself, because he did perceive warning as if to say, back the hell up off me. I'm just paraphrasing. Back the hell up off me, or else you're gonna get what's coming to you. So if they can prove that he was in a defensive stance, and they can also prove, his attorney can also prove that his rights were being violated by this officer, which will be proven, and it will help his case, although the knife would be a bit much. I would say, again, he could plead to manslaughter. Although, if I was a judge, I would give him 10 years probation. Let's get it.
He says a short time later, Austin grabbed Karmelo and told him to move. After he was grabbed, Karmelo pulled out the knife and he stabbed him. Okay, here's the problem with this image. We don't know in what manner he was grabbed. We don't know how or the positioning, okay? We don't know whether he was falling back when he stabbed or he was moving forward when he stabbed. We don't know if it was an overhand stab or underhand stab. We don't know. These are details that are important, you guys. It matters, okay? So what we see from this point is the officer is only documenting some brief statements that were made. There are no detailed information. It's just very brief, okay? So people are building their statements off of that one witness testimony that is lacking so much pertinent detail, okay? Now let's go into witness number two. Witness number two, we're gonna call them EP. This witness was actually with Austin's brother, Hunter Metcalf, okay? They were together when the officer made contact with them. This is before the officer knew that Hunter was the brother of the victim, okay? What does he put? He says, this individual said what? He says, they...
I mean, El Chapo here, El Grando, El Taco, El Taco Meat Chest, El Negro. Let him make the point. Let him make his points. As long as he ain't like going off the chain with it. You know what I mean, KJ, Craig, and Lisa. As long as he don't go off the cuff with it. But here's the thing. He is somewhat right. Blacks do certain ones. He didn't mention what particular blacks he was talking. I don't know what blacks you're talking about, because you got two typical types of blacks. One who loves their Africanity and will do any and everything to protect their black communities. On the other hand, you got those who merely switch up on a limb. So we got to figure out what they call them Sambos, by the way. We got to figure out which blacks he's talking about, because that don't make no sense. We're confused. We don't know what type of blacks he's talking about. Is he talking about the ones that represent Black Panthers, or is he talking about the ones that represent like I don't know. Fuck it. Hitler comes to mind. I don't know. I really don't know. What type of blacks is he talking about? Is he talking about the Antons of the world? Is he talking about the angry mans of the world? Is he talking about the Jason Whitlocks, the Stephen A. Smiths? Who's he talking about? Because real black folks don't run, and we don't start shit. Don't start none, won't be none. We just want to basically be left on our own. But then you have those particular type of blacks who want to follow whites wherever they go. Wherever they move out the hood, you move right with them. Particular black folks, we want just 40 acres and a mule and $100 that we've been promised throughout the centuries. It's called reparations. But let me not get lost in the sauce.
They were sitting on the bleachers, and Karmelo walked over and sat in the tent. Austin then told Karmelo, since he did not go to memorial, he had to leave the tent. That's key. Okay, why is that key? Both witnesses are talking about the primary aggressor. The primary aggressor is Austin. Okay, we're talking about the person who initiated the confrontation is Austin. All right, let's be very clear on that. It doesn't matter whether or not he was allowed to sit there or not, whether or not.
Whoa. Wait. What did he say? Let's go back.
He was allowed to sit there or not, whether is Austin. All right, let's be very. Witnesses are talking about the primary aggressor. The primary aggressor is Austin.
Oh, so the primary aggressor, the one that was starting shit, happened to be the white kid. It happened to be him. It happened to be the white kid. But according to Judge Joe Brown, again, I'm taking a backseat by this. He said that Karmelo was the shit starter. Quite interesting.
Okay, we're talking about the person who initiated the confrontation is Austin. All right, let's be very clear on that. It doesn't matter whether or not he was allowed to sit there or not, whether or not he was talking trash to the opposing team. That's irrelevant. And that's not against the law. This is a track meet against opposing schools. Again, that's not a crime. Austin is the primary aggressor. The witnesses all acknowledge that. Okay, this entire case is going to hinge on the conversation that was had, this verbal altercation that was had between Karmelo and Austin.
I want to address this comment real quick. Sir, ma'am, I don't know who you are, but we've been talking about that for the longest. And you're absolutely right that black folks should organize and should start our political movement in the state powers. But the more important thing is to organize and build infrastructure first before you do that, because you just going into political movement, you're not you're not entitled to anything. You're not entitled because you don't have any power. Where are your grocery stores? Where are your institutions? Your supermarkets, your schools, so you can teach your black children laws, civics. I always said this, that black people in this country should be taught the 4 steps: math, science, civics. Math, science, civics, and alamology. Math, science, civics, alamology. Many different words and many different meanings. Knowing how to count your money, how politics work, right? And I forgot the other one. But you're truly you're right on the money on that. You got to add and subtract. You just got to add, and you got to multiply it times 10. We're done. We've done everything but try to become majority. The majority. It is a few states, and use those numbers to take over the politics of the state. It all depends. It all depends on what we're willing to do for ourselves as far as economics is concerned. Because again, without power, without any type of influence at all, we can do those things all day long. For example, and Craig hates it when I in life for these next 2 or 3 years. I'm just making a statement because we don't know what's going to happen in the next couple of years. But again, let us continue.
You may not understand, but I'm going to tell you why. The entire self-defense claim is going to hinge on that conversation. So the witness EP is saying that during this verbal dispute between the two, Austin stood up and at some point closed the distance between him and Karmelo. That's the primary aggressor, whether you like it or not. He then goes and he assaults him. We don't know in what manner he grabbed, but he says that he was pushed. So here's the problem. You have conflicting statements. You have one witness who says he was touched twice. He was assaulted twice. One witness says he was pushed, okay? And then what else does he say? He states that after he was pushed, there was more arguing. Then Karmelo reached around his bag, took the knife out, and stabbed Austin in the chest, okay? Listen, these are only 2 statements so far, and we have over 30. Some witnessed the full event, some only half, some only the stabbing. What does this mean? It means that all of the witnesses thus far have painted Austin as the primary aggressor, okay? Let's look at the third witness, you guys. The third witness is Hunter Metcalf himself. What did he say about the incident? Let's watch the video.
He's a good kid. We just had a little altercation, and that's really it. But he has a good heart. Everyone knows. Everyone around here knows he's a great kid. He just one mistake from that dude, and just took my brother. He didn't deserve it.
Now, listen, a lot of people don't want to hear this, but Hunter implicates himself in this altercation, you guys. What did he say? He said, he specifically said, we got into a little altercation. What does that mean, you guys? He then also tells his father all the intricate details of the event. What does that mean to me? As an officer, as an investigator, that means to me that you had a level of involvement. When you said we were involved in an altercation, my question now to you, Hunter, as an investigator, is what role did you play? What did you say? What did you do in that moment? Where were you when your brother stood up and he pushed? Listen, you guys, this gets tricky. Why do I say that? Because what you don't understand about self-defense, it's not about what you think. It's about what the person who's using self-defense thinks. Their perception is their reality. And if you create a scenario that makes me believe that it's 2 against 1, you've changed the dynamics of this situation, you guys. That matters. What else matters when we talk about self-defense? Well, let's talk about it. Let's go into the topic of self-defense. As it relates to self-defense, it's very unique. Texas has unique laws, you guys. This isn't California. This isn't New York. In Texas, you have a right to stand your ground. What does that mean? It means that you're not obligated to retreat. You're not obligated. If someone is trying to use a level of force on you, you are allowed to defend yourself. You're allowed to protect yourself, but it has to be reasonable. It has to be proportionate with the level of force that's presented. Listen, in no way ever of being pushed, like I said before, are you allowed to use deadly force on a person. It's unlawful.
You know what's pissing me off? Each and every time I mention this dude's name, Judge Joe Brown, and I have respect for my elders, but what he said last night, Dana, you just gonna have to strike me. I'll send you a cash app of $50. You just gotta forgive me. I gotta play your clip. Shouts out to the real Dana. I'm sick. I just heard it when I heard it last night at 4 o'clock in the morning. I was distraught. Oh, I'm triggered. I'm triggered. You know, the king is here. The king is here. Shouts out to Auntie in the building. Let's continue.
Against the law, it's excessive. Many people want to compare the Kyle Rittenhouse or the Trayvon Martin. Listen, those are unique cases. You can't compare them. But let's talk about Trayvon Martin real quick. Let's talk about that. Trayvon Martin was legally allowed to use force against George Zimmerman. Okay, George Zimmerman was what? The primary aggressor. Trayvon used a level of force against him, which he's legally allowed to do. But guess what? That force was excessive. Anytime you use excessive force, you guys, that is the deal breaker on self-defense. The force has to be justifiably reasonable. It has to be reasonable. George Zimmerman was put in a situation where he felt in that moment that his life was in danger. He was getting the snot beat out of him by a teenager. And in that moment of trying to preserve his life, you guys, he drew a weapon, he shot him.
He felt that his life was in danger. And I have much respect for Nathan Daley. You know, shouts out to Nathan Daley and his work. But the boy was going to the store to get some Skittles and a Snapple or whatever. Why do you have to follow me if I'm just coming from a fucking grocery store? I just paid for my Skittles and my Snapple. And on top of that, my favorite team is the Miami Heat. You know, at the time it was Chris Bosh, D Wade, and LeBron James. And he just wanted to see his game. He just wanted to see the Miami game at that time. Following me through the hood, you had a motive. Karmelo Anthony was just sitting there and was on a track event. Track meet event. There was no motive. There was no pre-intended murder. I can't even say it right now. But But people, he doesn't like, or people don't like me to compare certain people to this situation. I'm going to do it anyway. Trayvon Martin was innocent. Trayvon Martin had every right to basically turn around and absolutely clobbered a dude that was stalking him. Stalking. He didn't harass anybody. George Zimmerman was stalking, and after he shot him, did you know he was laughing about it? Did you know he was laughing about it? Did you know he literally had no remorse for Trayvon Martin? No remorse at all. And still to this day, he's harassing the family in quote unquote report. Don't quote me on it. Just listen to what I say. I mean, how would you feel if your brother or your sister was murdered by this clown? And he was laughing about it. As if to say, there's nothing you can do to me. There's literally nothing you can do. I mean, I was put in jail, but then I got out. And I was on my way to Taco Bell to stuff my fat ass with fake ass taco meat. Let me continue before I get upset.
And that ultimately killed Trayvon Martin, and people had a problem with it. But the use of force and self-defense, it's a slippery slope if you don't understand the intricate details of it. In this case here, you have Karmelo, who used excessive force against Austin. You can't stab a person in the chest, you guys, unless you are using a level or a weapon as a threat equalizer. What do I mean by that? Austin and his brother Hunter, there's a possibility that they were both involved. And if that's the case, you have two brothers who are 6'1", 225 pounds against Karmelo, who is 5'9", 130 pounds. If that's the case, and a weapon is introduced as a threat equalizer, the self-defense claim gets a little stronger, okay? It gets a little stronger. Whether you like it or not, it gets a little stronger. Here's the thing, if Austin and Hunter together participated in the threats, in the aggression towards Karmelo, he has a strong argument for self-defense. He's not fighting one person. The fear of being assaulted by multiple people changes and raises the threat level and can very much well justify his self-defense. Now, here's the problem. If the brother, Hunter, was not involved, he didn't participate in the verbal disputes, he didn't participate in any threats, he never assaulted, he never did anything or any provoking nature, he didn't provocate anything, guess what? The claims of self-defense greatly diminished for Karmelo. And what does that mean? Okay, you're not going to be able to justify using a knife against someone who pushed, punched, or assaulted you. There just is no justification for it. Okay, so that is the problem with this case. Karmelo used deadly force in a situation that on the surface looks like deadly force is not acceptable. But the problem is, and the key to this whole entire case is what was said. This is equivalent to the situation that happened on the subway with Jordan Neely, with the whole idea that you can threaten someone and make threatening words and gestures, though you may never actually physically harm or touch anyone, is enough for someone to use deadly force against you. The idea that a person can make threats but never actually physically touch you, well, according to Texas law, here's what's interesting about self-defense. A person is justified in using force against another when, to the degree the actor reasonably believes the force is immediately necessary to protect the actor against others' use or attempted use of unlawful force. Why do I say that? Attempted use. So this is key, okay? Listen, in the case of use of force and self-defense, I don't have to wait for you to use. If I have reason to believe that you're using a force on me, or you're going to use a level of force that's going to put me in great bodily harm or death, I can use lethal force against you. This is why I say this entire case hinges on the conversation and the verbal dispute that took place between Karmelo and Austin. What did they say that made Karmelo believe that he was in fear for his life? That's so important. And these are the things that get shelled out during trial.
Well, here's the thing, Georgia. They do have the police cam, but they're going to introduce that once I reckon when his trial hits, but mainly that's just when, you know, he kind of gave himself up, and also not only giving himself up, but he gave up his right for, you know, his Fifth Amendment rights, which it was violated. But they'll present all that in due time, unless somebody, and I don't even know when this trial is going to happen. I don't know. He hasn't been vetted yet. They might charge him with more. They might charge him with more. They might charge him with less. But the fact of the matter is, yes, y'all are right. We do need to see the footages, and thus far, everybody who was involved that day has a cell phone, and somebody was recording. So the police been taking statements. They're gonna be congregating a whole bunch of cell phones and looking at the right video, looking at the right footage, forwards, backwards. I'm just shocked that it had to go down like this. I am really, really shocked, and this is going to basically fuck up his future. Fucking up his future, meaning Karmelo's future, because of course he's a strong safety. He's apparently a good strong safety. He had 2 jobs. He had a 4-point GPA average. Has done good in his quizzes. He's a real good kid. It's just that we don't know what has been going. It's too much of a gap. It's too much of a black hole. But we're just waiting for the results, waiting for the real results to return. And then, of course, it's social media plays such a big part in it. It's going to play such a big part in it. But once I get done with this, then we're going to go to Mr. Judge Joe Brown's excuse for why this boy is guilty. I thought it was innocent until proven guilty.
And people are like, oh, wow, I didn't know he said that. Oh, wow, I didn't know he did that. This is why we have to wait for the facts of the case to be revealed before we pass judgment. It's innocent until proven guilty. That's how it works. Okay, so let's be real about the context. We don't know what was said. We don't know what words and what was threatened. But we know threats were made because Karmelo made a statement and said, do it and see what happens. And we go.
Before we go any further, like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Please smash that like button. If you can, support the channel through Cash App. Or Cash App or Super Chat if you can. If you can, or if you can't, that's cool. But support, and get your popcorn ready.
Go back to the witness statement. The issue with the witness statement is the witness worked really hard of only mentioning the statements Karmelo made, but the witness didn't make the statements that Austin made. What were the threats that Austin made that made Karmelo believed that he was in fear for his safety. And guess what? If no threats were made, Karmelo doesn't have an argument. Okay, it goes both ways, you guys. Okay, so the idea is that we need to know what happened.
Yes, we do.
We know that it was recorded because the police confiscated several cell phones. So we do know there's a video recording of the incident. What else do we know? We got to talk about the charges. Karmelo's being charged with first-degree murder, but I don't think they're going to get it, you guys. It's not a good charge. I don't think they would get second-degree murder. Why do I say that? Because you got to prove intent. But I understand the logic. The logic is Karmelo came with a knife. He was in possession of a knife. The knife is illegal. Yes, it is. All right, that's another charge that they didn't charge him with that they probably will charge. You cannot be in possession of a knife in
Texas Penal Code. Unlawful carrying weapons. Current as of January 1st, 2024, updated by Found Law staff. For a person commits an offense if the person, 1, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly carries on or about his or her a locating restrictive knife. And the knife, in my intention, the knife has to be no shorter than 5 links. If somebody can correct me on that, the knife can't be no longer than 5 links or something like that. I don't know how Texas is. I really don't know how Texas is. This will explain it off the bat because it's highlighted in yellow. His is younger than 18. He's 17, so that's illegal at the time of his offense. Self-defense, and again, this is a slippery slope. 3 is not. I don't even know. And 3 is not. On a person's own premises or premises under the person's control. In other words, if he has no other choice. I could be wrong on that, but again, he's 17. He shouldn't be bringing knives to school. I would agree on that, but at the same time, you going up against 2 big boys. You did single out a warning, and people just feel entitled to say whatever they need to say whatever they want to say, because it's their world. We're just a squirrel trying to find a nut, which all those nuts has been buried and congregated already. You know what I mean? Properties, ownership, power, wealth, influences, shit like that. So Metcalf and his brother found it in their lawfully right to go up to this man, to go up to this young man, and have him seemingly removed from the spot that he was in. Now remember, a certain someone said that they have every right to do so, even in the midst of them touching him and throwing him out on his keister. They have every right to do that. Oh, I can't wait to play the clip.
Texas, under the age of 18. Karmelo had a knife. It's against the law. He's on school property. It's against the law. 2 violations. Okay, that's another charge that they could charge him with. Okay, whether you believe it or like it or not. The track meet is an extension of the school. It's unlawful to bring a weapon there. He's in the wrong. That's a
5 inches. Thank you.
violation. But let's talk about the charge of murder. First degree, you got to prove intent. Second degree, you got to prove intent. So here we have the argument that's going to be made is that this was a premeditated situation. He came with a knife. That doesn't make it premeditated, okay? Did he plan to kill Austin? No, you got to prove that. Did he want to kill Austin? I don't know. You got to prove that. Why do I say that? The statements that he made when he was arrested was, is Austin okay? All right, is he okay? That's so important. That'll be used in trial to suggest that the client had remorse, that he had no intentions of harming him to that level or killing him to that level. He was remorseful. You guys, that shows that there was no intent action. Well, what's the more appropriate charge? Manslaughter.
Okay. Drum 713. Dude sounds dumb as hell. The law is the law. He can't have no right. You have no right to bring that knife on their property. That dude is struggling to read. Oh, he must be talking about me. You must be talking about me. Because there ain't no way you talking about Nathan Daley. Because Nathan Daley is an ex-cop. He's been on the force for about 13 years. What up, Snuggles? He said, "Drop the link." I'll drop the link in a minute. I'll drop the link in a minute. Just give me a few minutes. He said, "I'm a cop." Well, okay. Well, if I could get Mr. Daly on, if I could get Mr. Nathan Daley to grace us with his presence, you mind debating him on that one? Because I don't like to talk shit. I don't like to talk any type of stuff which I'm not a cop. I don't know the laws of how y'all cops do it. You know what I'm saying? But if you would like for me to contact Mr. Nathan Daley and see if he can grace us with his presence, I can. And we can have a nice little mini debate here. If you like. I mean, that's up to you. That is mainly up to you. Let me read this real quick. Texas Penal Code, manslaughter. A person commits an offense if he recklessly causes the death of an individual. The offense under this section is a felony of a second degree, not the first degree, except that the offense is a felony of the first degree if is shown in the trials of the defense of the offense that the defendant committed an offensive under section Penal Code 28.09, in that the conduct causes the death of an individual. So that would be a lesser sentence more than first degree murder. But let me not stress y'all out. Let me not stress y'all out any further. I think we get the point. I think we get the point of all this. I'm just itching. I'm ready to scratch it.
Okay, you don't have to prove intent. You just need to prove that this behavior of the suspect was reckless, which it was reckless. That is the charge that's more appropriate for this case, okay? The argument that they're going to make is that in that moment, Karmelo had his hand inside the bag, holding onto the knife, while looking at Austin and telling him, touch me and see what happens. Do something and happens. People are saying that's provocation, that he's provoking Austin. You guys, that's false.
Hey,
It's not
Bridge.
provocation.
Hey,
Provocation is when someone is approaching you, they're testing you, they're insulting you, they're disrespecting you, and they're asking you to do something, provoking you to actually have an emotional response. You guys, that's provocation. Okay, don't let these people tell you stuff that's not legit. But at the same time, there was a dispute. There was a verbal dispute. The provocation could have gone both ways. But the statement that's being used to suggest that Karmelo intentionally and planned this murder was that he held on to the knife, knowing in his mind that he was going to stab him. And he said, do something and see what happens. This is what they're leaning on for their first degree murder. And I don't think it's strong enough, you guys. I don't think it's strong enough. Why do I say that? Because the primary aggressor, the initial aggressor, is Austin from the very beginning. The self-defense comes the person who didn't start altercation. Okay, but did he provoke? Well, we got to find out. And those facts are in the video. Those facts are in the statements that were shared between both parties. At any point in time, did Karmelo threaten Austin? Or was this position with his hand in the bag and him saying, touch me and see what happens, you guys, that could be argued as a defensive stance. That could be argued as someone giving a warning, not someone tempting you to do something. If you do X, Y, Z, then see what happens.
Lisa, we have a cop on board from Houston, Texas. You did send that invite to Mr. Daly, didn't you?
I'm not moving from this area because I don't have to move. And if all the things that you threaten me with transpires, I have something that I'm going to retaliate with. This is the mindset of Karmelo. The question is it legal? You guys, attorneys are going to battle that out. And the argument is going to come down to wordplay. Was this a defensive posture or was this provocation? You guys, in my expert opinion, this is not provocation, it's a defensive posture. I am stating and giving you a warning that if you try to carry out the threat that you spoke about, then I have something to show you. This is not provoking. This is not enticing. This is a warning. Now, I would like to hear people's thoughts on that because it's debatable, right? And we won't know until we get the full words that were transpired between both parties. You're not going to sell first degree, second degree murder. It's going to be very difficult for the state to prove intent when Karmelo didn't start the altercation. What they can prove very easily is manslaughter. Why do I say that? We know that regardless of what transpired, it doesn't matter who the primary aggressor is in the altercation. If you recklessly use a level of force, that's unreasonable, that's reckless, and it caused the death of another person, even though they started it, guess what? You're still wrong. You're still in violation and you can be charged. And I believe manslaughter is the more appropriate charge for this case. That's what I would have charged him with. And I believe that's the actual charge that can get a conviction. Now, where does manslaughter charge break down if we're talking about from the state's perspective? What's the only thing that can actually challenge the manslaughter is self-defense. The only way for the self-defense to be valid, you guys, is if Karmelo showed that there were multiple threats when he delivered that assault against Austin. You guys, that is his only defense. Because outside of that, there's no justification for using a knife against a physical altercation where there was no level of force used against them that was high enough to justify him using a knife. This message is for everyone, and I want to be clear when I say this. When it comes to words, words have no power, you guys.
Yeah, we get it. We get it, my brother. We get it. But I'm sorry. I just have to go to Mr. Judge Joe Brown. And like I said, Dana, if you get this, if you see this, please don't strike me. I will hook it up for you. I just need for y'all just to hear this. As a matter of fact, let me go over here and let me put this fair use content. Here we go. Ooh, I'm sorry. My bad. My bad, y'all. I forgot to put the doggone thing up.
League in Los Angeles. And the point is,
he can.
you can of the authority to, and we could say, evicting somebody in a trespass situation. And believe me, under the law, when somebody's trespassing, you can lay hands on them to eject them.
Well, he wasn't trespassing.
Well, yes, he was in this tent. I saw the video for the tent, and it's
you can't.
It's on the other team.
But no. When I say he wasn't trespassing, it's not against the law, or it's not against any type of policy that you can't go under another school tent.
Well,
he wasn't trespassing because there's no policy or prohibiting you from doing that, one, and then two, it was raining, so you dash under for shelter. So that's
what you get wet otherwise. But you see, it is trespassing if somebody tells you you do not have license nor invitation to be up under here. This is reserved for people in a certain category. You have to leave. You've been advised that you no longer have an invitation or entitlement to be there. You have to leave. If you don't, you're in a condition of trespass.
Oh, if that's the case, Austin McCaff did not have a right to tell him that, because he was not the authority. He was not a school official. He didn't pay for that tent to be there. He wasn't a sponsor. So
he doesn't have to be.
He didn't have the authority to do that.
He could have had it designated. When I went to school,
he was not.
When I went to school, they had hallway monitors, and hallway monitors were students, and we could say, you need to show a pass if you're out here, otherwise.
Yeah, We-On-Loc Nation. Who the hell is there?
What's going on?
What's happening? What's up?
So what are we talking about here?
A boy's finna go to jail.
Yeah, it is, man. It's I was just talking to some of my colleagues. It's crazy because a lot of people feel like, oh, he's black, he should get off, and I'm like, look, man, there's consequences for our actions. I talk to these guys every day. When I'm off work, I go work for the courts, and being a bailiff, you get to see everything, man. You get to see attorneys working deals out. You get to see all of that, and what I see usually with these type of cases is that in Texas, for one, you see people get bonds. You're trying to figure out, why does this guy have a bond? Well, the thing is, if they don't find this guy as a flight risk, or in his case, he doesn't have a criminal record. He's only 17. So right. People are upset about it. I'm like, hey, man, he still has rights. He still has 8th Amendment, where he doesn't have to be, punished for something we haven't determined if he's guilty yet, right? So we have to allow him to have a bond. So, hey,
but that's all well and dandy. But the fact of the matter is, his laws have been violated because the cop that detained him did not read him his rights. So he didn't have to say that, oh, I did it because I did it on self-defense. What he should have done was not said anything. But it's going to be kind of a slippery slope at this point. But I hope he gets probation, which is far-fetched, but depending upon the evidence, which we haven't even seen any videos yet. We haven't seen no videos. We haven't even seen the cam footage on the police officer that detained him. So we don't know at this point. But I'm just saying, all these so-called experts out here, they think that he should get 99 years in prison in first-degree murder.
No, you got to see. once again, we can't give him. Once again, we have to. He has Eighth Amendment rights, so we can't. It's it protects him against cruel and unusual punishment. So we can't sit here and say, "Oh, give him the max." Just remember, we got to go back to the fact he's 17 years old. He doesn't have a criminal record with any type of violent charges, as far as aggravated assault, aggravated robbery, things like that, where you would see someone probably get what they call an enhancement, which you've had so many felony charges and violating probation and all that stuff. Then we would say, okay, we think that this person is a danger to society. We believe that this person is also a danger to himself, and so we think that he needs to be in prison. Most people don't get 99. I had a friend a long time ago, man. He killed a football coach. I don't know if you may have seen it on the news, and he got 65 years in prison. Mind you, he had previous charges that were violent charges. But just to go back, I'm sorry, it kind of went off a little bit, but just to go back to what you're saying as far as him being red and white, they're not required originally to read him anything. So let's say, for instance, like when they put him in handcuffs, he was already telling them, "Hey, he put his hands on me," or whatever he was saying. As far as the police report is concerned, he was speaking on his own. The cameras are rolling. When we're on the scene, the cameras are rolling. We tell people all the time, you're being audio and video recorded. Usually when they start seeing crazy stuff, we're like, hey, look, you're being recorded. And just like, if you say something, like a lot of times they're sitting in the car, we're recording them the whole time. I'm sure y'all seen those videos on YouTube. We're recording them.
Yeah, you got the body cam. You got the body cams and everything, and then of course in the vehicles you have cameras as well.
Yeah. So we don't have to unless we're questioning them about a crime. Like, say for instance, if you robbed a bank, and I caught you, and then now you're in custody. Now you're in the back seat, and I'm before I ask you any questions, I have to read you your Miranda rights, right? But when I catch you in the bank and I'm walking you up to the car and you start saying, "Hey, I didn't take nothing. That was my boys. They did it. I was just a driver," or whatever. You can say that, and it's still it may be used against you in the future. But I can't state. I have to, like the officer stated in his report, I had not read him his Miranda rights. And see, one thing about it is when we give that information up, when we get on the stand, we can't perjure ourselves. You see it happen sometimes, but you can't perjure yourself, so you have to give the facts. It doesn't matter if it sounds... A lot of people are going to be pissed off about if he goes to trial because a lot of things are going to come out on both sides. You're going to find out who he really is. You're going to find out his intention. It may be in his best interest if he goes to trial to testify, right? He may need to testify.
What was I gonna say? Could it be for the simple fact that the only reason why he had opened his mouth the way that he did was because he was nervous and he was scared because he was just in an altercation with two white boys.
Yes.
Two of them 6 feet tall. Well, one was six and a half, 6 feet tall. A total of 440 pounds versus a 5'9", 130 pounder.
Okay.
Strong safety.
Okay, so I'll answer that for you. So when it comes to Daly, I don't know if y'all spoke. Did y'all speak about deadly force yet?
No, not yet.
Okay. So when it comes to deadly force, right? If you believe that that person is going to cause serious bodily injury or death, you are allowed to use deadly force. In his case, we can start with the knife. It wasn't supposed to be on the property, right? So it doesn't matter what size the knife is. Doesn't matter anything. That it shouldn't even be there. So that's going to cancel that defense out right there. That's gone. Now, let's say it's hand-to-hand combat, right? Let's say you believe, hey, this guy's going to hit me, or this guy has already hitting me so hard that I'm about to pass out, or I passed out and got back up. I feel like I'm in a fight for my life. Then you may be able to defend yourself using deadly force, right? But you wouldn't have a weapon because guess what? You're not supposed to have weapons on that property in the first place. So, but at the same time, hands can be weapons, right? You don't have to have an object to kill someone, right? 6'4", 220-pound linebackers or linemen could kill you just with their weight and doing enough to you, right? From my understanding, Karmelo wasn't hospitalized for injuries due to a fight. So you're gonna remember they're gonna bring that up. They're gonna say, "Well, did you believe that your life was in danger at that time, or did you not like the fact that he pushed you?"
I mean, it's to be determined.
Right. We don't know yet, but that's just
we don't know quite just yet because, like I said, that we still haven't seen the footage of what was. We can only speculate what's already out there. And but now we're hearing now I'm hearing two other different things, that he was not only pushed, but he was grabbed by the neck and he was punched.
Right.
So that's just, but again, we can say, for example, he said, "Touch me, see what happens." He easily just pulled the knife, or he grabbed the knife while it was still in his bag, and he was at a defensive posture, or he could still be sitting. It's just that he was just looking up at the person that was picking on him at the time. That would be Austin, and he'd still be shoving him and choking him or trying to get him off his seat. Now, my other question to you would be, what around what's been going on? What happened to all the adults? What happened to all the kids?
Right. So that's going to come into play if he takes it to trial. Everything's going to come out. All of these adults, all these witness accounts are going to come to fruition. We're going to listen. We're going to hear from a lot of people that were there. We're going to hear from coaches. Obviously, going to hear from chaperones, anybody that was supposed to be in charge of anything there. Security. They're going to get put on the hot seat because they're going to say, well, hey, how did this knife get inside of the How did the knife get inside of the facility? How did this altercation happen and no one saw it getting anywhere, or no one thought to, hey, let me step in as an adult, right? And let me, de-escalate, because 17-year-olds don't necessarily know how to de-escalate, right? Very well.
Mm-hmm.
They're not taught that. Most kids are running around in their emotions, as we know today. We call them YNs. They love to go crazy and crash out instead of making the right decision. Not saying that neither one of them are, but I'm saying that, young men these days think that it's okay. And we don't have, like you said, we don't have adults in the room. How do we mitigate those circumstances? And who do we put the blame on? As far as, we want to talk about the human aspect of, I think that's where you're going with it. What about the adults, right? Another question I even have, just for the whole, everyone there, is hey, from my understanding, it was raining, right? Maybe he was going to sit. From my understanding, maybe he was going to go sit there because it was raining. He didn't want to get rained on. So why couldn't you just let him sit on the tent until it stopped raining? Why did you have to make it? Huh?
Okay. Here's what you talking about. Where are the adults in the room?
Right.
I'm one of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be the one to stand up and say, if these are two intelligent boys,
right,
in the big, possibly known universities, I don't know, I'm not from Texas, but let's just say these are two well-known universities, right? And both of them, Karmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf, both have 4-point GPO averages. Why in the hell was security not involved? If you believe
right,
that this boy was violating in sitting in your seat, which wasn't even assigned to anybody. Nothing was assigned to. And we're talking about a track event.
Right. Well, then the
Right?
question would be, why didn't the young men go get security? If
Who or Carmelo
no,
or
well,
or Metcalf? Because
Metcalf. Why
Metcalf
didn't they go?
came to him. That's what I'm trying to get to you is that Austin and his brother came to him and issued that quote unquote if you need to get up because you basically violating. I was like, violating what? What am I doing wrong?
But we just don't know. We don't know how his reaction.
That's why I told everybody it's a gap.
No, yeah,
It's a big giant gap between you're sitting in my seat or you need to get up versus what did he say? Touch me and see what happens. That's a big gap.
It is, and he's like I said, he's probably going to have to get on the stand.
Yeah.
And testify. That's probably the only way that we're gonna really know. And he's not gonna lie. He's gonna tell the truth. Exactly. He's gonna tell you exactly what happened. That's the only thing his attorneys are going to advise him at this prompt time. Even though they're, obviously their job is to defend him, but they also have, I've talked to defense attorneys, and they said all the time, we just want them to tell the truth so we can help them. In some cases, obviously your job is to get your guy off, right, or to get him.
Yes.
A reasonable amount of time if okay, look, we're in the corner. We're stuck in the corner. They know we did it. We know we did it. As you know, Karmelo admitted to killing him. He already admitted to it. So we don't have. That's not a question. I mean, it takes a lot of intelligence and guts to even admit something like that in that moment. Knowing, at 17 years old, you probably be lying and say, "Oh man, I ain't do nothing, man. I don't know what you talking about. There's cameras everywhere, right? He knows he did it. This is the type of foresight this guy has is crazy. Like he already knows to ask for self-defense. He knows this already. Hey, with this,
What you say? He asked for self-defense? Is that what you said?
No, well, no. He already knew. He already knew to ask if self-defense would be probable for him because of the situation. He already knew that. He already knew to tell the cop that. So that's automatically like, dang, that's very intelligent for a 17-year-old to even know to ask that. Because most don't think of, they're just quiet. They don't want to talk about it, right? They don't want to say anything. But he said, hey, I did it. You don't have, I guess he overheard the officer on the radio saying, hey, I have the alleged whatever. And he said, no, it's not alleged. I did it. Right? So that's kind of telling. I don't know how you want to take that. I mean, if I hear that, I'm like, oh, okay. You said you did it.
Well, you wouldn't notice the blood on his hands, on his fingers.
Well, they said they saw it, but let's just say he didn't have it on his hands, right? That's like they can't find a weapon. He threw it away somewhere. So that's gonna come back and bite him in the ass too, because okay, why didn't you?
Oh, wait a minute now. That's alleged. We don't know if he threw it or not.
They're saying, like I said, they're saying that they didn't recover it. They didn't say that in the report. So we have to go based on facts. They didn't say they recovered a weapon. Now let's say they
had to get the information from him, right?
You said what?
They had to get the information from him, right? Where he put the weapon, but we don't know if the weapon was still in Metcalf's chest. Because if I'm attacking you, or excuse me, if you're attacking me and you're basically on me and I strike you, that knife is stained.
Well, that probably would be in the police report. Well, that's probably another reason why he died too. He was running on. I mean, think about it. There were witnesses there that saw him stay. They heard him. They saw him out of open his mouth, and they heard him say, "Get help" or whatever he said.
Oh, they got the knife.
Yeah. So otherwise, they saw him walking around with a knife, but that's not what they saw. So obviously, this guy took it and dished it somewhere. I mean, I expect that from a 17-year-old, right? That's something that's reasonable. I expect a 17-year-old to do that. But I think Lisa said something about it being the right amount of force, and that's going to be a thing that's going to come up if he decides to go to trial. Was it a reasonable amount of force for the situation that was happening? Do you believe that he was justified in his actions based on what was presented to him. When I looked at his booking photo, I'm telling you right now, I've seen people get their ass whooped. They don't look like that in their booking photo. They usually band to the hospital. Go ahead.
What do you mean? He doesn't look.
Well, you got 6-something white boys that play football. If they're whooping his ass, that would make more sense for him to stab him. So I'm just playing around with it a little bit, okay? I know we're not in trial yet or anything. I'm just saying, a lot of people are saying like, oh, I'm speaking to the people that are saying that, oh, it's completely justified, and I'm just like, well, you got to think about it. This is a lesson for everyone. You know, I think a lot of people are going to learn about self-defense and understand what deadly force is. It's a little bit different than just regular hand-to-hand self-defense, where somebody slaps you, slap them back, right? It's different when you're using a knife. You don't use a knife in a fist fight unless you believe that you're gonna die.
Well, that's funny that you said that, because there was a thing in Florida a couple of years back where a black guy got into an altercation with a white guy. Black guy smacked him on the ground. White guy pulls out his gun. In the story.
Right.
What do you think about that?
Right. So
I mean, it's the same. It's the same thing, isn't it?
But you are okay. Where did this happen at?
Florida.
Okay, remember, Florida and Texas are two different states, and in Texas, we go based off of the penal code. So we can't just say, "Oh, this is what I feel," because I may look at it on a video and it looks like, yeah, man, you probably should have shot his ass. But if you go back and when you apply the penal code, when you're in court, it's different. They're looking at it from, okay, these are the facts. We don't, based on the law, based on our interpretation of this law, we don't believe that it was reasonable force. And so you're gonna have an argument with that, and they're gonna find this guy guilty in Texas because, hey, why did you shoot this guy? Because he slapped you. You don't have the right to use deadly force against him if he slaps you. Now, if he slaps you and you go unconscious, different story, right?
Well,
go ahead.
Well, according to the system that we're in, we don't know.
Right.
I mean, there's been countless of cases where the guilty have gone free.
Right. But in this case, I'm just giving my. Hello.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I said in this case, I'm really just giving my expert opinion based on actual penal code.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Before I forget, what is this that you have against Mr. Daly?
I was trolling. I can respond. I'll put that in the comments. I don't know if y'all can go back.
Oh, you were just trolling? Oh, okay. I was about to say a former cop. What against a former cop?
He was reading. He was reading from it. That's how I definitely can't respect it. Like, okay, he's actually reading and not pulling shit out of his ass. Like some of these other.
No. This is all that he does.
Right.
I've been on Nathan for a couple of years, and this is all the man does is go by the law specifically. So there will be no stone unturned, nothing like that. But I mean, we agreed to disagree on more than one occasion, but I still respect him. I respect him in his work. He does an awesome job in his community. So, I mean, big ups to Mr. Daly. So,
well, yes, for sure. And that's the thing, with us, we're not attorneys, right? We always say that we're not attorneys. We don't give legal advice. We're not allowed to give legal advice. We don't, we didn't pass the state bar. So just like, any medical professional, if you're not an actual doctor, you don't give that type of advice. But we do have to know, we have to have an extended knowledge of penal code, and it continues to change. We have to continue to study and learn. And, like when we're in the academy, they cram us with all of this stuff. I mean, I don't know if you ever seen a penal code book. It's huge, man. Like it has that CCP, criminal code of procedures, all those different things in there. And you have to know that stuff, man. Like when they test you from anything in that book. It doesn't matter what page it's on, right? They just open it up and test you on it. And the thing about it is we have to, I know in Texas, I don't know about the other states, but in Texas, we have to contact the district attorney's office for charges.
Hmm.
So it's not like back in the day where you just say, yeah, you're going to be charged with this. We have to call them. We have to advise them of the facts. And then that point, they determine if the elements were present. They look at the culpable mental state, which is intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, and criminal negligence. If they can see that, they can see the elements of the crime, they say, okay, yes, you're going to get charges for, we're going to give you charges for this. Okay, cool. And they might decline charges for something else. Even if we think that, oh, this person did this, or they may decline it. So it just depends. And I'm in Harris County, and I don't know if you read up on us, but right now we're currently having issues with our criminal justice system out here because you have a lot of judges.
In Texas?
Yes, man. It's bad. In Harris County. Not in Dallas is pretty good. They're a little bit more red than we are right now. So they're more by the book. We're more by our feelings. And like right now, you see guys walking the streets. You can go look it up. You got guys walking the streets on a PR bond for murder. Murder.
We got too many issues here in Nevada. So I let's just say I would agree with you. We have too many issues here in Las Vegas, Nevada. So
and that's why
I'll just let you go with that.
Yeah. So once we say it again, if you believe this person is a danger to society, you don't put them on the street easily like that. You got to make it a little tough for them to get out there. You know, you got to make them pay something, pay up.
It sounded like a robot.
Huh? I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
I was gonna say earlier you sounded like a robot. Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
No, I was saying like, you know, it goes.
Well, let me make this statement real quick, and then I'll let you continue. For those who are juror experts, attorney experts, judges, police officers, unless you've been in a situation, unless you have actually been in a line of fire, unless you have been in the courtroom and actually judged accordingly to the laws, unless you know the laws your damn self,
right?
You should literally stop judging.
Please.
Stop judging. But now again, I wish this boy safe passage until his trial, because he's already his father and them allegedly are already being threatened. The judge herself is being threatened,
and she's not. And they're putting this narrative out that she's some leftist judge. She's not even a leftist. Matter of fact, she's a
Republican.
Judge.
She's a Republican.
She's a Republican, conservative Christian judge, and she's just doing what she's doing based off of the recommendation, and she's looking at those things that we talked about: risk and age. He doesn't have a criminal record. Doesn't make any sense to hold this guy because like I said, this trial, if he decides to go to trial, it may not be for 1 or 2 more years. So he's got a lot of time. He has a long road to come up with a defense.
So how is he supposed to get his education then until that time?
He can still go to school. So based on this, I don't know his bond conditions word for word, but usually with those their bond conditions is pretty much like they can.
He has to call in. He has to call in every Friday. Well, he has to let his probation officer or whoever know, since he has an ankle monitor on his leg. He can go to school and he can go to school. He can go to specific places. He's not a flight risk, just as long as he reports to his PO on Fridays. He has to report on it himself, not anybody else. Otherwise, he goes back to jail.
Yeah, so he has some very strict. I mean, I don't know if people know, but those are very, very strict bond conditions. It's pretty much like basically church, court, school, come home.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like, hey, people are like, oh, he's free. He's just no, he's not walking.
No. Once you're restricted until further notice.
And guess what? If he makes one mistake, just one, you screwed yourself. because unless it was a lesser crime, and usually like if you're booked on marijuana charges or something like that, they know that hey you have a problem, they'll try to work. The courts will work with you, but in this case, I'm sure they let him know before he left that courtroom that hey man, you can't mess this. You know,
It's a given. I'm sorry about that. It's a given, Bridge, because the people who have threatened her, they're gonna know. They already have like several people, getting the doxing stuff together because they doxed her address, and it's like why? Because go ahead.
I don't understand. You can finish. I'll let you get it up.
No. Because I can feel your anger. I can feel your anger.
Angry man because it's like why do people do this, man? Like why can't we just allow the process to go, to do its thing? And
Would you like for me to tell you why?
I have an idea, but go ahead. You tell me.
Do you believe in white supremacy?
I believe there are people that I don't know. I think we've used that word too loosely, but I definitely do believe that there's white supremacy. Yes.
Well, let me give it to you lightly, but in a long stretch. Of course, we went through. Of course, and I know, and everybody knows who's an adult, who's in their 30s and in their 40s. We all know what our people have been through: Jim Crow, redlining, Willie Lynch, all that stuff. We all know that. Going forward into the 21st century, things have gotten progressively better, but yet we have to still deal with prejudiceness and so on and so forth. Right. Now, coming to here in 2025, or actually 2024 will be likely. Going into 2025, we have AI. And so we're thinking in this sense that just because we have Google and we can look up all these things doesn't necessarily mean that everything has changed in a moral and a spiritual sense. What I mean is things may change. A lot of things may change. I mean, you sit around with white folks, you can play around with them, play fiddle, whatever. Once that switch hits, that question, everybody asks the question, is like, why do blacks act like this? Or why does it always have to be a black issue? And then we have to constantly go through the motions again and be tricked. And then sometimes it hits a trigger with certain individuals. But the world may change, but the scenario always remains the same.
So, but I'm sorry, go ahead. My bad.
I rambled on long enough. Go ahead.
I'll say this, man. I think one of the issues that we're having is so many people have gone so far left to where it waters down the message that we're trying to send out as black people, right? That those things are real, but at the same time, when you have people that are just overly zealous about it to the point to where, every other conversation is blackly black, and we're not holding each other accountable, so that now we have people that are doing it. We're upset at the people holding us accountable. But honestly, these conversations shouldn't even be in the public anyway. It should be behind closed doors. And think about it, how many races that have to get out and talk about their own race all the time? We're the only race that does that. Asians don't.
Other than white folks?
Well, yeah, but we're the ones that typically, like, when we have an issue with someone in our community, we get out there and we talk about them, or we put tea and all that stuff out there, but we don't talk about it in-house like we should, which kind of makes us kind of look like, dang, like, I just eat y'all alone, right? But when you see other races or people like, you see Asians and other, others they don't typically talk about their issues in the public like that. They kind of take it behind the scenes and they throw away their own if they have to before they sit there and
They have their own culture. That'd be
right.
why.
And that's something that we're missing. We used to have that. It used to be where we dealt with our own people. Just like I'll give you a good example. I'm not sure if you're familiar with California's prison system, right? Their politics.
What, corrupted? Go ahead.
Right, but I'm talking about as far as as far as the inmate code, right? So they have their races are split. You got the whites, you got the blacks, you got the others, you got the Norteños, Serranos. You have different factions and cars, and they deal with their people the way they deal with them. Like, I'll give you a quick example. So let's say Karmelo stabbed a white inmate in prison. You know what happened to him?
He goes to the hole?
No. He's going to cause a riot, a race riot, because guess what? Everybody's split up. And if you take out someone without permission from the head, you're going to mess around and not only you're going to cause a race riot, but your own race is going to have to go to the other race and say, hey, I apologize for what he did to your guy. We're going to deal with him ourselves. Your own race is going to put you out. And that's typically how it's supposed to be in the society. It's just we've gotten away from it because we did integrate, which wasn't a horrible thing, but at the same time we lost a lot by integrating. If you think about it, and I think Martin Luther King realized that.
So you do agree that we should have never integrated?
No, I don't think we should have. I think we were going to naturally at some point come together, but I think we should have. It's almost like being independent, right?
Bruiser would definitely disagree with you. Bruiser would definitely disagree with you. We had it good back then in the Jim Crow. In the Jim Crow days, we had it good.
But think about it. We had the nuclear family. We had everything. We had the money. We had factories.
Yeah, and we also had hangings too.
Yes, we did. But they had to come get us. It wasn't like, hey, we're out here with y'all. Let's play. It was like, you come on our side, we come on your side. If you go into the neutral zone, maybe you might become prey. Who knows? You got to fight. You got to fight. But if you're on your side, you don't have to. Now, I'm not saying I love being on different sides, but I'm also saying that we lost a little bit of our strength by integrating. It's just like when the slaves were released, you still had slave masters that was like, hey, look, you stay on my property, I'll give you some property and just say that you're working for me. But then you also had the people that said, F that, I'm leaving, I'm going up north. And I'm gonna start my
that sounds familiar. That sounds familiar. Give me some land. Or if you do this, I will give you some land, right?
Yeah.
If you vote for me, I will make this land a very rich land. Yeah. What do I have to do for you in order to make something that my ancestors fought, bled, and died for? What are you gonna give me that's already owned to me?
But see, that's what I'm saying. We're depending on a person to get us out of a situation when we should have never been
doing this ourselves. I agree.
To begin with, because
I agree. So you believe in organizing, yes?
Yes, as long as you're not. I believe in organizing, but I don't believe in screaming, crying, kicking, rolling around in the corner with a blanket on. I don't agree with that because I feel like you're just being emotional. There's no solution. Just like as men, we're solution based. Just like when a woman, think about it. You're married? Are you married?
Married for 16 years.
I've been married for actually going on 7 years. Think about it. When our wife comes to us and they want to talk about something, and the first thing you think in your mind is like, shit, why don't you do it like this? We're quick to try to give a solution, but sometimes they just want to vent to us, right? They don't want a solution. But I always tell my wife and say, babe, sometimes I'm just trying to help you. I understand that I have the answer to what you're trying to get to, but sometimes I have to remember, So,
but then a woman will say, yes, a woman will say to you, like, because They want you to be the head of the house. They want you to be the leader per se. But if you, let's just say you lead me somewhere, because they want you to lead them. Where are you leading them to? Are you leading them to a pot of gold, or are you leading them to a pit of snakes? It's a basically it's a give and take thing. And let's just say you're a human. It's 24 hours in a day. You're a human being. You're gonna get tired. You're gonna get weary. Would you have your woman take over the reins until you get your energy, your thoughts, your spirit, yourself about you, and a strength and a level of strength to where you can lead again? Would you have your woman lead you? Crickets? Don't do the cricket thing unless his microphone's messed up. Crickets? Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Yo, good man. Can I get $1? Yeah, his microphone messed up. Can I get $1? Can I get $1 for some good content? Can I get $1? I just want $1 so I can get some cookies. My fast is almost up. I need some good old oatmeal cookies. No, he dipped. Did he? No, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But hey, we are not deviating. We are not deviating from this video. We are not, ladies and gentlemen. But let me put on the fair use act right here, and let's continue.
He wasn't a monitor.
He doesn't know that. The actor who is charged says he told me I had to leave. He has to show that, or have from the truth.
Rival.
Listen to me. It is because when somebody tells you you should not be in here, you have no business in here, you'll have to leave. If he's going to rely on the whole line of logic that he's got, he's going to have to lay it out. I knew he had no authority. How does he know that? He can't show that.
He was a student.
Have to get up. He can't show it. And the other person is simply claiming it on behalf of the school. In other words, if you're a student and a trespasser walks through the front door of the public school, but they're not a student, but they're at student age, the students, anybody else can inquire and say, why are you in here?
Okay, they can inquire, but you cannot, wait, but you cannot direct or put hands.
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot.
All of this stuff comes in, but no, you don't. That's just something that somebody has on as a superfluous requirement. It's dangerous, so you have security. That does not deprive anybody of the authority to demand the person explain why they are there if they themselves have a legal status or a permitted status. In other words, if you're in some place and you have the license or the invitation to be there, you may inquire of a stranger what they are doing there. And you see, one thing that people made a big mistake on, and they recently, big mistakes, is that they think that, so what if I'm trespassing? He doesn't have the authority to move me. He has to call the police. A person who is announcing trespass, if he does so and he is not out of line doing it and somebody violates the trespass, he may do it at his own peril, but he can lay hands on somebody and eject them. And the point is,
he can?
He can. In other words, you can toss the person out through the door, out through the portal, out into the streets, lay hands on them and eject them, shove them, grab them, yank them, remove.
Are you hearing this? So correct me if I'm wrong, Lisa. correct me if I'm wrong. So a person, if I'm somewhere where I'm really not supposed to be, you have that right to put your hands on me. Clock that. Clock it.
You see, if somebody is trespassing, that is not.
But he was not trespassing.
He is. He had.
How do you know
In other words, let's take your line. We have all of these other things because of security measures and because of the fact that there may be a fight or violence that occurs. That's on the upswing. So you have a student in the wrong place. He's being advised this is some area that is reserved for school A. You belong to school B. When I went to high school, we couldn't have night football games in the Southern League in Los Angeles because there were so many fights and so much disorder. So we had a concern with public safety. You did not have members of the opposite team going over to the other side. And this is 60 years ago, more than 60.
Ain't nobody project. Why are you projecting old lingo to the 21st, about to be the 22nd century? Again, I have respect for my elders, but this is ridiculous. You know what he's going to make me do? He's going to make me get these books, and he's going to make me study law at my age. I'm 44. He's going to make me want to study all the laws on the land and beyond. He's going to make me want to study those. And I swear, if I dedicate my being to this thing, hopefully he's still alive. And again, I'm going to respect him because he's done his time as a district judge. He's done TV too. So I do respect his craft. However, this is some off the wall type shit. So you mean to tell me if I'm at a track meet and I'm Karmelo Anthony, minding my own business, watching everybody run by, and two white boys put their hands on me, right? They have a right to do that? Well, I have a right to stab your ass. Let's continue.
Years ago. So it ain't nothing new. And it just didn't happen because you wanted to keep down the violence. So you have one student coming over to the other side. I want to get in out of the ring. Well, maybe the other kid was wrong. Maybe he laid hands upon him, but no how, no way does he exercising this apparent authority, this laying upon of hands, or even battering him by doing an unpermitted touching. No how, no way does that justify somebody using deadly force on him. The law is kind of a slam dunk. It's been the law for the last 1,000 years. So, or developing to where it is now for the last 1,000 years, and for the last 100 or so, it's been consistent.
And by the way, if I missed anybody, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. This is going to be this might be possibly a series we don't know, because every day something is unfolding. The thing where, and I'll play it in a minute. I mean, the thing where his father, not Metcalf, but Karmelo Anthony's father allegedly bought another piece of property, or another piece of property with the GoFundMe money, which I'm like, really? Did it occur to you that they had already used that money already to get him bailed out? Did it ever occur to you that maybe he would have used the money legally for other legal purposes, and he put up his original house for collateral, don't we ever ask these type of questions? No. Once we raise money, now we want to know where the money is going. This is starting to get sickening to me. This is starting to get really, really sick because everybody wants to click in a view. I just do this for a hobby. I do this to have fun and have understanding of certain stuff. I don't take this literally until it becomes serious. And this is a serious matter. And I suggest we start taking stuff serious.
If somebody lays hands on you, you may resist. If you use deadly force against them and all they did was to lay hands on you, you better good and damn well be able to prove sufficient disparate force that you are likely to be killed or suffer life-threatening injury. Now, the problem is this kid ran his mouth off and said, I was defending myself. So the defense is going to have to show, maybe, or the prosecution is going to have to show that it did not have a situation where this kid was in danger of suffering death or life-threatening injury. All right? And he's not going.
All right. Be quiet. Because I already have some. I want to counteract that. I want to definitely counteract that shit. There's something that I played the other day. Let me take that off. Right here. Fair use.
He had the young man with his hands up. That means that young man was not free to leave. He was detained. And because he was detained, what he should have done, what the officer should have done, was read him his Miranda warning. His Miranda warnings.
Hold on.
That we get, and we got to pick them apart. So he had the young man with his hands up. That means that young man was not free to leave. He was detained. And because he was detained, what he should have done, what the officer should have done, was read him his Miranda warning. His Miranda warnings. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. One will be appointed you if you can't afford it. All right? That's what he should have done. Because notice what happens. During this time, the suspect said verbally out loud, quote, I was protecting myself, close quote. Well, had the officer read him the Miranda warning, listen to it again. You have the right to remain silent. That would have triggered, it could have triggered in Karmelo's mind that he probably doesn't need to say anything because you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will and can be used against you. But this was a kid, a 17-year-old kid, absolutely did not understand, right, that he could be quiet. And it was the responsibility of this officer to tell him that you have the right to remain silent. You have the right to a lawyer. Any and everything you say, we're going to use against you. If you don't have money for a lawyer, you will be given one.
And that will ultimately, it will help his case. It will, some things will hurt it, but ultimately it will help. But we do not know. This is why I said earlier, we do not know the outcome, what's going to be the outcomes of this case. This thing can go a year, 2 years, like the gentleman said it, and I want to say thank you for presenting the coming up and sharing these things with us, because not all of us are knowing. I sense a little bit of coonery from him, but it is what it is. But I'm not so quick to judge people the first time around that I see. So if the brother comes back, if we do content like this and the brother does come back, then salute. Now, I got to go into a different, same thing, but totally different platform. Same, addressing the same shit, totally different platform. My boy Brandon, you cooning a little bit, bruh. You kind of cooning a little bit, bruh. Pan-African Strikes Back. You kind of cooning there a little bit, bruh. I don't know what's going on here, but let's just see what's going on. And I like Brandon. I like his aspiration, his intelligence, and we have a former friend of me. I'm not gonna say who it is. We have a former friend of me, and we do share certain things, but let's just see what's going on here.
Fear?
No.
If I got a gun, I ain't scared of nobody.
It's people that got guns and they still scary.
Right.
It's people that carry guns and they still scary, but they use it if they have to.
Yes, but he didn't have to.
He felt like he had to.
Order in the court. Hold on. Order in the court. Order in the court.
Who?
Order in the court. We're going to revisit this conversation. It done got heated before the cameras even turned on. Karmelo Anthony, he got us in here divided right now. We got Ruckus back in the building. You feel me? Y'all been asking for him. Say his name. He shall appear. We told y'all. Y'all say our name. We pop.
Before we continue this, like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. And go ahead and what Shish Trish would say, smash it. Smash that like button. And if you're feeling kind of gifty, go ahead and hit that super chat for me real quick. Go ahead, hit that super chat, them twos and fews, $1 here, 50 cents there, 99 cents, just 99 cents.
Pop up like Candyman. So, Ruckus been going on his live all week, crucifying Karmelo Anthony. Y'all been sending me his live in the comments. Your boy Ruckus talking crazy. You gonna let him talk like that? Well, you already know we finna get on his ass. So, first of all, we're gonna revisit this case because even Kali, before the camera cut on, said he had a change of heart about his last take. He got more informed about the facts of the case, and everybody wanted to re-give their take. So let's start with: is he guilty? Is he not guilty? Why and why not? So let's start with. You want to start? You want to kick it off, Ruckus?
No, he can start it out.
So when we came in here last time, this is what I'll say. Off the first read of the police report, I said that it was self-defense was justified. I went and read the police report again, and then I read Texas law. After reading Texas law, I'm not sure if self-defense will be justified. Mm-hmm. And that reason for that is for self-defense or for something to constitute a self-defense, you have to be in imminent danger. And the force that's used on you has to be force that is pretty much going to put you in imminent danger. You can't respond with excessive force. So after reading the police report, and there's multiple police that report on, from having their witness statements, we all know that there was a shove. There were some words and there was a shove. So from what I just said, a shove doesn't constitute a stab. Unfortunately, that's just what it is. So you're not able to react with excessive force. You have to meet them at the level that it is for it to be deemed as self-defense. So that's one thing. Another thing was something that I looked at was called provocation, which is provoking. In the police report, there's a witness statement that says, he said, hey, touch me and see what happens. Hit me and see what happens. And then he dug around in his shit for his knife. So for it to constitute a self-defense, you can't tell somebody to do something to you.
Hold on. What did they say to make him say that? What made? Did he just come out?
No, that you shouldn't.
Did they threaten him first?
They said you need to leave.
No, they said you need to leave, or we're gonna physically remove you and make you leave. So that's when he said, "Well, touch me and see what happens," because they already made a verbal threat saying that if you don't leave, we're going to physically force you to leave. He didn't just sit down,
But that-
prop up and say, yeah, touch me and see what happens. Stop skipping that, bro.
We have no evidence that that's what they said.
So, but
we
you got
no evidence that's what he
Listen,
said.
but what we know from the police report is they were arguing. They both stood up, like getting up in each other's faces, and the white boy Austin pushed him. So me and Viral arguing, right?
Mm-hmm.
We arguing. Bro said, "What you gonna do, Nick? What you gonna do? Stand up." One person pushed the other person. Then you stab him in the chest? That's every beginning to every fight in history. And none of those fights would you say y'all was both arguing. So you wasn't scared because you was arguing. Y'all both was.
How do you know he wasn't scared? That don't mean you're not scared.
You keep forgetting it was two of them.
No, it was just one person.
It was both. There was two
It was
people.
two. Witnesses said it was two.
That's not what the witnesses are
Listen,
saying.
there's been witnesses saying that they jumped, bro.
That was the fake police report.
I'm just saying.
On the actual,
everything is
on the real
hearsay
police report,
as of right now.
Everybody who was a witness testified, said that it was between Austin and Karmelo. The brother is never even brought up.
Let me ask y'all this:
only in the fake police report.
The police report that y'all read,
I got it right here.
It's stated. All this is stated by witnesses, right?
Yeah.
It's always gotta be a fake police report. Sorry, I'm hungry. Sorry, gotta be a fake police. Somebody pull up the real police report. If you have time, somebody please pull up the real police report and we'll read it verbatim.
Because a lot of this, it's like it's easy to say, oh, you shouldn't have did this, you shouldn't have did that. So at what point should he have waited to engage? Because y'all keep saying all this.
So hold on, this is why
the whole root of it. They should have never approached him in the first place. So y'all basically saying he should have got excessively once he was getting his ass beat to a pulp.
That's not what I'm saying. I agree with you shouldn't try to remove somebody from somewhere. Hold on, that you're not allowed to. But that's why last episode I said I wish it was just a good old fashioned squabble, because then we wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation.
But how could you say that? Because even in a squabble, you could die. You could fall, hit your head, and die. There's been cases where that's happened.
Yeah, of course. But then at that point, I think it's more of a thing of possibly manslaughter or getting off for self-defense compared to, murder. And then again, manslaughter would be like what we're speaking on, a hot-blooded crime, they like to call it, where it's emotions involved. Something that maybe will get him a murder charge and won't constitute a self-defense is that he had a knife, which could be looked at as premeditated, and then also saying, hey, touch me and see what happens.
Manslaughter is basically like an accident, right? If you kill somebody in a fist fight, you did not intend to throw one punch and kill that person. Like if that person hit their head on the ground and die, they'll say, okay, that's manslaughter. You guys were mutual combatants. One fell, hit his head. It was unfortunate, but you did not intend to kill that person.
Bro,
when bro showed up to the track meet, and I'm learning that bro was suspended at the time, so he wasn't even supposed to be there. When bro showed up to the track meet with a knife, then turns around and says, touch me and see what happens, then stab somebody in the chest, bro, you damn near premeditated that.
This ain't not premeditated because I didn't know bro was going to be there.
And even if I did know he was going to be there. Right. Obviously, like you said, to some people, they say they already got into an altercation before. So allegedly.
They don't know each other.
This is what I'm saying. It does not matter. If I didn't got into something, yes, I'm carrying something to protect myself. Not that I'm planning to go kill somebody. Every day you walk out the house with a gun, you plan on go smoke something?
No. But when you do walk,
hold on, let me just read the self-defense law. So the people that don't know, this is actual Texas Penal Code 9.31. In Texas, self-defense is defined by Texas Penal Code 9.31, which allows a person to use force against another when they reasonably believe it is immediately necessary to protect themselves from the other's unlawful use of force. Texas's Castle Doctrine extends the right to self-defense in private spaces such as homes or vehicles. Deadly force is presumed reasonable if someone enters or attempts to enter a person's occupied home, vehicle, or workplace unlawfully with force.
Right.
My bad. My bad, y'all. But anyway, what up, yo? Is like, are you comparing you carrying a gun, a grown ass man to a teenage, a grown ass man to a teenager who was on school premises carrying a knife? You sound dumb as hell. Are you talking about me, or are you talking about Brandon? Thank you for coming in, brother, by the way. But I was gonna say 440 pounds versus 130. So if we take that calculator, right? I can go to my calculator real quick because I admit I am illiterate when it comes to math. Fuck y'all. But anyway, 340 pounds. You are giving up 310. That don't even sound right. Oh, it does sound right. Combining 90 to whatever. You're giving up 310. But this is alleged. Both 125, right? Ooh, excuse me. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. 125 plus 125 is 150. So one is 6.5 feet. One is 6.5 feet, and the other one is about let's just say we'll just keep it at 225. 225 is 450. So you're going to be giving up minus 130. That's 320. So that's 320 pounds whooping on your ass. King is here.
Yo, what up?
What's going on, bro?
Man, I'm chilling.
We had an officer here earlier. So
which officer showed up?
Drummer.
I saw Nathan Daley's breakdown. I usually don't fuck with him as far as his takes, but I mean I get it. I think he just spoke from the perspective that a lot of people speaking from, which is just the reasonable doubt perspective, which that's the burden that the defense is gonna have, which is, hey man, I know Nathan Daley had made a good point where it's like, yo, if they can prove that, of course, using a knife stabbing a dude in the chest is not proportionate to a one-person threat or whatever. But if you can establish more than one person as a threat, then that self-defense case, that's like a seam that can kind of open up. So that's a burden that's on the defense. When people say this boy ain't got no case at all, they crazy. Might not be a very strong case. The odds might be slim, but it depends on how good a lawyer you got and who the jurors are and what type of case that they're able to make and all of that other stuff. That's pretty much that.
Yo, what up?
What up?
What's going on?
No.
Go ahead. I was listening to what you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, my issue was I mean, I don't know. Somebody in your chat just said he confessed. I mean, yeah, because he did it. I mean, he could have not confessed, and there's still 100 witnesses that saw him do it. So it doesn't matter. The only thing is no question of whether or not he did it. It's a question of was it in self
Well,
defense or not.
I just played a clip where a lawyer said that when the officer had his hands up, the officer that detained Melo did not read him his rights.
Yeah.
You know,
So that means like what that means is what that means is like the statements that he made as far as can that be used in, you know what I'm saying, can that be considered self-defense? Yeah, I'm not alleged, I did it, blah blah blah. Little things like that. Is the guy all right? Those are things that probably can't be used in court
No, it cannot.
because he wasn't read his rights yet.
Right, but it's going to be noted that he did say that, and I'm sure whenever let's say that he decided to meet with the detectives, I'm sure at some point they have to get together so they can get a statement. And if he did admit in the statement that he did, we'll probably know that if it ever comes out of trial.
But also keep in mind, if the cops are wearing body camera footage, it doesn't matter if they read him his rights or not. That crap, all of that stuff can be used. All of it.
Yes, because he made a statement. That's why we always, tell them on the street, even
now,
if
like I said, if it's incriminating or whatever, you know, his lawyer is gonna make a motion to have it, you know what I'm saying, omitted or whatever, which is likely gonna be granted if he hasn't been read his rights yet. But if it's something that could possibly exonerate him or whatever, they're gonna let it ride, bro.
That's like I tell people all the time when I, if I have to arrest them, not all the time, but when we have to arrest them, that we only question. They always say, "Well, you read my rights." I said, "We only read your rights if we're questioning you about a crime." So, like for instance, if it's alleged that you robbed a store, we're gonna ask you, "Hey, before we ask you, we have to read you your rights." And usually, we don't necessarily do that. The detective that shows up does it. But if they're not there, and we're the only ones that have to do the investigation, then we will, read them their rights and question them. And if they say, "Hey, I ain't talking to you, fuck out my face," all right, cool. That's all on body camera. So now it's showing that you're not cooperating, and that's gonna eat you up in trial because they're gonna be like, "Well, why didn't you cooperate with that officer when he was asking? If you felt like if you didn't do anything wrong, why did you just say, 'Hey, I didn't do that'?" Right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I didn't see anything in the report that suggested that his rights were violated. What I saw, for the most part, the cops kind of handled everything by the book, but
let me play this real quick and let's get some commentator on this one thing.
I point out that the officer said he instructed Karmelo
We-On-Loc,
to keep
bro.
his
If you
hands
give me a
up
second,
in the
I'm gonna
air.
drop down. I'm gonna be right back up. Give me 5 minutes. I'm switching devices, bro.
All right.
All right, bro.
I mean, if you want to pause that or spin it back, I'm just gonna switch devices. Yeah.
Let's bring it back for you. It's not long. It's not long at all.
Oh, by the way, my name is
That
Steve,
means
man. My bad, bro.
that he had Karmelo
He'll be back.
detained. He wasn't arrested, but he was detained. He was detained. Now, the reason I bring that up, and this is what we have to do when we're representing people, we have to go through each line of these reports and the discovery that we get, and we got to pick them apart. So he had the young man with his hands up. That means that young man was not free to leave. He was detained. And because he was detained, what he should have done, what the officer should have done, was read him his Miranda warning.
And so
Is
just giving clarification.
Or a legal expert? What is he?
I think he's a legal expert.
Okay. I'm just trying to follow him. He's saying that they should have done this, should have done that. I mean, like I said before, if we know that an investigator or / detective is going to be on scene, because usually we contact our supervisor and they contact Watch Command, and Watch Command contacts the division, like homicide division or whatever the crime is, like a robbery division, and they show up and their detective asks the questions. We don't necessarily have to do it unless they decline to show up then we do it. So he doesn't have
Okay.
to do that. Yeah.
You don't have to. It's reported that you don't have to.
No, we don't have to. We don't have to question him about the crime. If the detective shows up, they'll do that. But if he just out of nowhere wants to, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said, I was listening.
Yeah, because that's what they do. They you know, like I said, first thing we do is when we detain the gentleman or lady, whoever it is, and then we contact our supervisor. Hey, you know, we have somebody that they say alleged did blah blah blah. We have the suspect, and then they'll contact Watch Command, which is the people that work in dispatch. It's the lieutenants and the captains and all that. And they contact the division, like I say, homicide division is contacted, and if they decline or if they accept to come out, they show up and then they start asking questions. But we get information from everybody else. We don't necessarily want to talk to them because we don't want to mess up the investigation, especially if this person, more than likely, you're not going to talk. They're not going to want to talk to us because think about it. We just probably went hands on with this guy because he's probably acting a fool. And most times they're acting a fool because they don't want to go. And so they're not going to want to talk to us or they're going to tell us some bullshit. So when the detective comes, they'll say, hey, do you mind coming to talk with us? And they'll say, yeah. They'll take them to the station or some room and talk to them or whatever. So that's when you see stuff like you see them in what they call the box because they already, they'll talk to the detectives. They won't talk to us all the time. But yes, in most cases, if they decline to show up, we will question them. We definitely have to read them their Miranda rights before we ask them any questions about the crime.
Now, when it comes to the reports, do they come to you for the reports, or do they go to your chief or whoever to go for those to read those Miranda reports?
You mean the detectives?
Yeah.
Okay, so if a detective shows up, if it's referred to their division, I mean, obviously, if they show up, they take primary over that scene. They take primary. We're just supplementing them at this point. So we're not doing the primary report. If you get what I'm saying, like the whole long report, they'll do that, and then we'll just supplement them we'll just give them like what we did. Like, hey, I secured a black male, whatever his name was, identified him by blah blah blah, a white male or Asian male.
He'll be back. He'll be back. Oh, don't say that you cut out. Well, just in case.
Here's Miranda warnings. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. One will be appointed you if you can't afford it. All right? That's what he should have done. Because notice what happens. During this time, the suspect said verbally out loud, quote, I was protecting myself, close quote. Well, had the officer read him the Miranda warning.
Have him send him my link if you can to my page or whatever. I'm not computer savvy, but just give him a link.
I mean, listen to it again. You have the right to remain silent. That would have triggered, it could have triggered in Karmelo's mind that he probably doesn't need to say anything because you have the right to remain silent.
He had a knife to campus. What's your point? People bring guns to school. He had a right to protect himself. He had a right to defend himself. See, this is the thing we're forgetting. We're forgetting what land we're in. Are we so quick to just give up? Are we so quick to give up of who we are and what we have been in this country? I know some of y'all knew. I know some of y'all knew, so I'm gonna give it a fair shake. But what you probably haven't seen racism like I have seen racism. You probably haven't even seen much of anything because everything is so computerized. Everything is just so, I don't know, white. He's not a murderer. If he's a murderer, then the Mexican, I forgot what his name was. The person who killed Trayvon Martin, he's a saint. The person who killed Trayvon Martin, he's a fucking saint. If that is the case. But we'll see. Yo B, I assume that you are black. I'm just going to assume that you follow the Anton Daniels of the world. I am just going to assume, I can't be wrong. I'm just going to assume that you follow those particular black folks that often like to abide by, to be an abide-by citizen. So you are okay. So by your logic, and I want to read this correctly, because I don't want to get this misconstrued. Don't compare. No, people are already comparing it, bro. People are already comparing the Trayvon Martin cases to this. People are comparing. See, you don't want to compare it because you want to stay in the now. I'm so sorry. We can't stay in the now, because if we were staying in the now, we will be ignoring what was being in the past. We will be ignoring what's being in the past because we can't look on the present future because everything is just so misconstrued. There's misinformation everywhere. You're trying to look up the information to certain things, and it might be wrong. Just like when we look up AI and we ask AI, is the sky blue? It might say green. But you look up in the sky and I know I'm not colorblind. The sky's blue. So we can't depend on AI on everything. Hey, baby, I don't want you to get in trouble, hon. I'm still at work, showing. All right, don't get in trouble, baby. Don't get in trouble. Thank you for showing. Thank you for showing with your fine self. But anyway, not to get off track, but you know, my baby girl here, Mahogany. Everybody subscribe to Mahogany Roots and NJ. She does very good content, but I'm going off subject. White folk, people claim that white folks don't want anything to do with black folks. If that's the case, then why in the hell are you coming towards me and asking me to remove myself when you know it's raining out? When you know it's raining out and you know you had no business putting your hands on me. You don't know what type of mental illness is happening. You don't know what I've been through. Auntie is back. What's going on?
Yo, okay. What I miss as far as the
let me play this because these people
as far as
here,
the rights being violated, because that's something new. I didn't hear anything about it.
All right, here it is.
Well, it might not be new, but it's new to me.
Karmelo and
yeah.
Well, I mean, if you know of course you know your Fifth Amendment. Everybody knows the Fifth Amendment. So
instructions to keep his hands up in the air. So Karmelo had his hands up. During this time, the suspect said verbally out loud, "I was protecting myself." Now, let's go back. I point out that the officer said he instructed Karmelo to keep his hands up.
Hold on. This is We-On-Loc Nation. Who the hell is this?
Yo,
Yeah, you might want to get him off.
oh yeah,
What
I was
up,
trying to say
Mike?
it's this YouTuber. It's a YouTuber named Rango TV. I was wondering like why Rango TV so mad at the black guy for defending himself when he didn't like hurt any black people. I'm like, why would a black man be mad at another black man for defending himself against a white racist teenager? I'm like, it's so confusing. I don't know.
I mean, look, when it comes to that right there, I can understand how it comes on both sides because this boy put himself and his family in a pretty messed up situation just by acting impulsively. So I'm not gonna sit here and make it a black versus white thing or even absolve this boy from guilt. But you know, now that it's a legal issue, it's in the hands of the law. So I mean, do we really think the boy needs to spend the rest of his life in a cell? I personally don't think so. I think if he can get, I mean, the case is so weak. If they can get it down to like a second degree sudden passion thing, maybe he can get 15. You know what I'm saying, like 15, and maybe be out in like 10 or 11. Like that's possible. Maybe some kind of plea, or even with
15
the
too long for self-defense. That's 15 years.
Nah, not for self-defense, but you're not gonna. That's unlikely to stick in court. Like it's just unlikely.
Can't have
like
self-defense.
it's not a black people thing. This ain't a self-defense thing in this state of. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like that depends on the lawyers, the case they present, and the jury, for real. But right now, it's not looking good because it's not proportionate. You got is one guy, right, that we know of as far as the reports say. Now with witness statement, they may say more, but it's one guy. It's 100 people there. You're using deadly force, and you have to convince them that the perceived threat was that your life was in danger, or number two, that you didn't perceive that you were using deadly force. You know what I'm saying?
Why when it come to white kids, it just seems like it's automatically.
No, I'm not gonna make it about that.
Person decides to actually defend it.
Like I'm not gonna make it about that because this is what it's supposed to be in the eyes of the law, and this is no because that's what I'm saying. This is why, like, when people have this mentality, y'all wouldn't even be selected to be jurors. Y'all would be put right out like, no, thank you, we'll need you. You couldn't be a juror like
perfect mentality. I just
if this would be the conversation that you have in a jury deliberation room, they wouldn't put you in it.
No, I believe that if a black person kills somebody,
they wouldn't put you on the jury. That's what I'm saying. That's why these opinions, when it comes to race, don't really matter because a juror can't have this conversation.
So race
a juror that actually makes the decision can't have that mentality. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think y'all understand.
As a black man, you really gonna tell me race don't matter in America? Like, let's just have a black.
I didn't say that. What I'm saying is, when it comes to right here, the way we have in this conversation right here, you know what I'm saying? It's not supposed to. So that's not a case that they can make in court. That's not a conversation they can have in the jury deliberation room.
Let's say the black guy hit the white boy first.
He's already been. That would have been self-defense.
It's like you're trying to have a different conversation than the one we're having.
Saying, why would a white person
the law and legal stuff, and you're
white men are allowed to use self-defense, but black people aren't allowed to use self-defense.
Everybody's supposed to be allowed to use it. That's what I'm saying. Everybody's supposed to be allowed to use it. That's why I'm trying to do everything I can. I didn't say it because it wouldn't have been self-defense even if a white boy did it. That's the point. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't have been in the state of Texas because the response is not proportionate to the threat.
So if somebody attack you, you're not allowed to defend yourself?
No, you're missing.
You're missing the whole story, right? You know the guy hit him first, right?
All right. In the state of Texas, bro, if I push you, you're not allowed to just stab me in the chest.
Why not?
Without consequences.
Well, okay.
That was all self-defense. So you push somebody.
Okay, bro. Pushing is
that's a form of aggression, right?
Pushing is one thing. Punching me is that. This is the reason why I say we don't know.
So somebody
because we don't have all.
Really
that's what I mean. Like you just switched up the conversation.
So somebody pushes you just have to walk away. Like
Mike,
No,
you
you
don't have to-
actually don't have the duty to retreat in the state of Texas because it's a stand your ground state. So no, you don't have to walk
Exactly.
away, but you do have to respond with force that's proportionate to the threat or to the perceived threat. So what his lawyers,
That's a stupid law. How can you tell
damn,
somebody
bro,
how to
because you
respond?
motherfuckers
Wait,
listen.
hold
That's
on,
why
hold
you
on,
don't
hold
know
on,
shit.
hold
How
on.
can you tell a
Hold
teenager
on.
how to? This guy's a
Hold on.
little
You
kid.
just
How can you
Mike,
tell him?
talk and
Mike,
you feel,
Mike,
but you don't listen,
hold
so
the
you don't
fuck
know
on.
shit.
Hold
No,
the
they
fuck
feel
on,
and
Mike.
they talk.
Hold on, because we don't know. Again, we don't know everything yet. There's too many gaps. There's too many black holes involved.
And that's what
We
I'm
haven't
trying
even
to
seen the
explain.
finish yet. We haven't even
This
seen
is
the
why.
finish yet.
This is why, like, there are like there are trials, there are lawyers, there's a judge, there's a jury, there are witnesses, there's statements, and there's deliberation. Like, and then the laws are like stated, your feelings and all of that other stuff isn't supposed to matter. Like, it's not. You know what I'm saying? The feelings and the racial implications and stuff is not supposed to matter.
Yo, if you got something to get off your chest, why don't you come up and express what you trying to say? Because what you're saying, it does sound a little biased. It kind of does sound a little biased, my guy, because you haven't seen everything. You're only doing what's hearsay. So if you have something to say,
and the fact of the matter is, it even says in the reports and the witness statements say that he was assaulted. So, you know what I'm saying? Assault is when somebody just invades your space. Like, somebody can invade your space, close distance, all of that. So Austin Metcalf did walk up on him, and then, you know what I'm saying, he touched him. You know what I'm saying? He touched him and tried to move him after he told him to move. He didn't move. He tried to move him. The kid said, touch me again and see what happens, or punch me and see what happens, whatever. And then that's when it got a little forceful and the boy got stabbed in the chest. So that's not a question. Because had Karmelo Anthony not pulled out that knife, that boy Austin Metcalf could have easily been charged with assault and went to jail that day. Easily.
My question is that why didn't he call security?
That's what he's supposed to do. But I mean, what we gonna put the dead guy on trial?
No,
We can't do that.
No,
You know?
but bro, if I would have, if I, me, a black man, would have grabbed a white boy and said, you don't belong here on this bench, on this side of the field, on the side of the fence, I would have got suspended. You know this. I personally would have got suspended.
We-On-Loc, bro. You and I were taught as children to keep our hands to ourselves, and also not to take the law into our own hands. So you don't work here. You're not security. You're not a teacher. You're not police. You don't have any right just walking up on him. So as soon as you, as another 17-year-old kid or whatever, come up to a 17-year-old kid and tell him to move, that right there is going to start conflict. So yes, in my opinion, Austin Metcalf is the aggressor. He's the instigator. He's all of those things right there. But Texas state law says you have to respond with force that's proportionate to the threat or perceived threat. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this is courtroom stuff when you talking about whether or not he going to do time. That's all I'm saying. Your feelings don't determine whether or not somebody does time. Huh?
Tell them what proportionate means. Tell them what proportionate means.
Bro, that shit is so vague. But they say it's proportionate. If somebody's responding,
if me and you have altercation, you use your fist, I use mine. That's
basically that's proportionate. Or if you're gonna use if you're gonna use a weapon, it can't be a weapon that can omit deadly force, because you're not coming at me with deadly force. Like I say, that's the state of Texas, bro. In Florida, it's different. I'm in Florida, bro. So you got, as long as you legal to carry and conceal, motherfucker push you, bro. And they're not running away, motherfucker. Hey, you blast that motherfucker. And if they're on your property, they can be fucking moving and going in the opposite direction. And you just say, I didn't know if that motherfucker was coming or going. Like real shit, you know. So
you said it wasn't a racial thing. Look who's in the chat. You talking about it wasn't a racial thing?
No, I mean,
them up.
I don't think the altercation with those two was stemmed from a racial thing. Now, the racial implications, which I said, and you remember I said it originally, I said it on Sharon's show, I said it on Witch Doc's show, I said it on my own show. The smoking gun was that damn $1 million bond. Like that at first. I'm like, yo, that's why all that money got raised for that boy. It's not because they believe that he's innocent or any of that. They want to make sure, people want to make sure he gets a fair trial and he don't get railroaded. That's it. Just get a fair trial. That's really, I mean, he's got to stay in trial by himself. Can't nobody else sit up there with him. Can't nobody take the charge for him. He's going to have to sit up there and go through it. But that's where it's like, bro, we know the cash bond system is already kind of used and weaponized against poor and impoverished people anyway. But rich people could get to just sit home and build up the best defense and all of that other stuff. So bond is not supposed to be a punishment. You know, bond is not supposed to be a punishment at all.
Not for no damn $1 million. Hell no, it's not.
And that's when people are like, oh, well, for an M charge, bond is always $1 million. Not for a 17-year-old with no damn passport. You know what I'm saying? With no passport, no criminal history. You know what I'm saying? None of that stuff probably count on one hand the amount of time he even been out of the state of Texas. Boy ain't got no damn money, and his face is plastered. And he can't go 100 miles right now anywhere with people that ain't gonna recognize him. Where the hell is the kid gonna go? You know what I'm saying? He's not much of a risk. And plus, you put an ankle bracelet on him. There's no reason to make a family post $1 million that you know damn well they don't have.
They don't care.
Just to get him out under the same circumstances. You know what I'm saying? So bond is not supposed to be a weapon against poor people. It's not supposed to be. But I get it, because in so many cases it is. You got so many jails in America that are full of people that just can't afford to bond the fuck out, so have to sit there and await trial and are likely just going to roll on themselves just to, you know what I'm saying, just to get out a little quicker. Hey, people are used to seeing that, so they think bond is supposed to be a weapon. It's not. That's why that bond was lowered. It wasn't supposed to be $1 million in the first place. So I can understand why folks donated that money and stuff like that, is to make sure that that boy can't be railroaded and he can afford the best defense that his money can buy. Like, hey, if y'all didn't want him to raise $400,000, you need to get on that damn judge for putting $1 million tag on his bond to begin with, because they only raised 40% of it. You know, had you not put $1 million tag on it, everybody probably wouldn't have been booting up all that cash.
That's true.
You know,
that means that he had Karmelo detained. He wasn't arrested, but he was detained. He was detained. Now, the reason I bring that up, and this is what we have to do when we're representing people, we have to go through each line of these reports and the discovery that we get, and we got to pick them apart. So he had the young man with his hands up. That means that young man was not free to leave. He was detained. And because he was detained, what he should have done, what the officer should have done, was read him his Miranda warning. His Miranda warnings. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. One will be appointed you if you can't afford it. All right? That's what he should have done. Because notice what happens. During this time, the suspect said verbally out loud, quote, "I was protecting myself," close quote. Well, had the officer read him the Miranda warning, I mean, listen to it again. You have the right to remain silent. That would have triggered, it could have triggered in Karmelo's mind that he probably doesn't need to say anything, because you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will and can be used against you. But this kid, this was a kid, a 17-year-old kid, absolutely did not understand, right, that he could be quiet.
Doesn't know the law, doesn't know anything, doesn't know how to.
But at the same time, like, I understand what old boy's saying, but there ain't no technicality of any of these charges that you're going to get him off of. All you're going to be able to do is omit the statements that he made before he was read his rights, because eventually they did read him his damn rights.
Can you
So
prove?
I
Can
mean,
you?
what do you think? This is them waiting an extra 15 or 20 minutes to read him his rights is going to make sure that this boy never does. That's going to be the difference between him doing time and not doing time. That's bullshit. Like, people are making shit up. Like, keep it real. You're making shit up. Like, bro, the bottom line is you got a dead 17-year-old, bro, with a stab wound to the chest. You know what I'm saying? With a fatal stab wound to the chest. Like, bro, somebody stand the trial for that shit. That is what the fuck it is, bro. Now I don't give a damn what your skin tone is. You know what I'm saying? 17 year, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, a stab wound to the chest and 100 people saw the fucking shit happen. A bitch about to stand trial for that shit, bro. Like, there's no getting. I don't care what your skin tone is.
But that's my problem. That's my problem. You got 100 people just staring at you. Why couldn't this could have been prevented if one of these motherfuckers would have just gotten up and said, "Yo, cut that shit out." This should have been
bang, bro. That shit happened so fast, bro. Like, that shit happened so fast, dog. And keep in mind, people are there for a reason, bro. They're watching other kids compete. They've got kids around and they got friends and stuff like that. So I'm not gonna put that on the bystanders right there. Because keep in mind, and also just look at what the fuck ended up with We-On-Loc. We-On-Loc
with their phones out, especially.
Listen to me. Look at what ended up happening. This is why bystanders and stuff might need to, bro. A knife ended up getting pulled out. It could have been one of them that easily got stabbed or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, this is, but it happened so fast. What the hell can you really do? Like, at some point, I get where everybody's coming from, but let's just keep it real. This boy will be held accountable, you know what I'm saying, for what he's done. Now, if he does he's got the best defense that you know what I'm saying, that his family can afford. And bro, that's all you have in America, bro. You got the system of due process. Okay, you got the best defense that money can buy at the moment. You know what I'm saying? You got the best defense that money can buy. That's it. But he did something, bro. You got to stand trial for this, bro. Like, that's all I'm saying. It's not like there is no walking out scot. I was defending myself, so all right, no problem, scot free, bro. You're gonna have to stand trial, and you're gonna have to somebody's gotta make that case for you. Like that. That's just that's the world we live in, man. Yeah. Like, come on. As far as the community is concerned, you know what I'm saying, the black community, so to speak, bro. Yeah, we've done everything that we could. Like, you doing your stream right now, you bringing awareness to things, you bringing out extra stuff that people might not have known. We're getting the conversation started. Hopefully this will help to define self-defense. At the same time, folks were able to, you know what I'm saying, things that his family likely couldn't afford before, and the activist groups and all of that, you know, because the story went viral, people came. He ended up firing one defense team, and then they brought in another one, and the next thing you know, the bond got reduced properly. You know what I'm saying? All of those different things. You know what I'm saying? That stuff helps. You know what I'm saying? It helps to just at least make sure he's got a fair trial, because in that courtroom, he's on his own. You know what I'm saying? His family, his loved ones are going to be there to support him. But other than that, bro, you got the judge, you got the lawyers, you got the jury. We can't help you past this point. We can't. We can make up all the bullshit we want to, but we really can't help you past a couple of damn dollars and a few streams and some opinions. We can't do anything else for them.
You got to prove beyond reasonable doubt, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, that's the tough. Remember, I said that about the self-defense thing. That's the thing about self-defense. Now, when you're talking about in the criminal system, it's like, okay, you're innocent until proven guilty, and then they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that your ass is guilty in order to convict you. That's the way it's supposed to be. But when everybody knows you did this shit, because you did it in front of all these damn people, and you even admitted to doing it, but you did it. We know you did it, and you're saying self-defense. Now the burden of proof is now on the defense. That is tough. You know what I'm saying? That's tough, because now you're not just creating a doubt. They have to prove that he was defending himself. So the defense has an extra burden when it comes to these self-defense cases. And I get where you're coming from. What's going to come out of his mouth? It's almost like they have no problem proving self-defense. I know what you're saying. And it is like that, bro. At the end of the day, we still in America. We behind enemy lines. It kind of is what it is. That's why you hear these ultra conservatives like your Megyn Kellys and shit saying the shit that they're fucking saying, where if it were the other way around, like they did with them damn cops and shit. The only time when I heard them admit that one of them cops was wrong for shooting an unarmed motherfucker is when they had that motherfucker on video planting a taser on somebody and trying to lie. Other than that, they always defended a motherfucker that did some shit, said they were just defending themselves. They were in fear for their lives. And then all of a sudden, when a black kid says it or whatever, they don't even want to hear what he has to say. That's it. It's a dead Caucasian boy. So throw the book at him. Fuck that. $1 billion bond. We don't care. You know what I'm saying? So I get it. But luckily, the court of public opinion isn't the ones that's deciding this case. Luckily. You know?
I worked with juvenile justice in the criminal court all the time. It does not matter how you feel. It is the law. You cannot provoke someone and then claim self-defense. Yes, the fuck you can.
Actually, I mean, okay. No, you can, but you can't, but you can, but you can't. So it's still mutual combat. You know, it's still mutual combat. You know what I'm saying? So when you
just went further beyond.
Yeah, you invite somebody to mutual combat. Like you're the one. Like if I say care to step, hey, want to step outside, motherfucker, and then we step outside, and I bust your head up against the damn ground, and you pass on, bro. That's not self-defense anymore, bro. like I said to you, you was chilling. Yeah, you might have stepped on my Air Forces, whatever. I said, let's go. Hey, you care to step outside, motherfucker? You know what I'm saying? I cussed you out, pushed you outside, or egged you on to come outside, and then you came outside and I offed you, bro.
So why don't you give him first-degree murder then?
Say that again?
Why not? I said, why not just give him first-degree murder?
That's what they're trying to charge the fucker with. That's what they're trying to, and that's why I'm saying
they have to find reasonable doubt to charge them first-degree murder. Otherwise, it's just manslaughter.
Well, they don't have that charge in I don't think they have the manslaughter. Well, they have it in Texas, but it's not going to apply to this case. They said, and don't quote me, I'm not a legal professional, but this is what I've heard. What I'm hearing is that the manslaughter, that would have to be like something reckless, like I was just mentioning, a situation like that. Like I'm drunk, like me and you, we homies, we drunk, I'm in a bar, whatever, I'm cussing motherfuckers out, I start a fight in the bitch, and then you pass on. Knock on wood, hopefully that don't happen. But I'm just saying, and then you pass on. I could be charged with manslaughter, you know what I'm saying, for starting the fight that got you, you know what I'm saying, off or whatever, my reckless shit, you know what I'm saying, or of course vehicular like shit like that. Involuntary or even violent. I'm doing something reckless. They're saying like right here, nah, the motherfucker stabbed the bitch in the chest. Like that's it, bro. You're looking at murder, capital murder. Yeah. You might be able to beat it with self-defense. There's also a chance that it can be dropped to a second-degree felony. I don't hear anybody talking about it. Can be dropped to a second-degree felony in cases of sudden passion. Like, in other words, your adrenaline's pumping. Okay, your adrenaline's pumping, and you just act really quickly, no thought required, just bam, one motion, boom, you stab somebody in the chest. Yes, it's still murder, but it can be dropped to a second-degree felony, which can get you out in under 20 years.
Damn. Just give them 99. Shit.
And that's what I'm saying. And in a situation like this, and I'm just trying to look at it from all angles, there's a chance, depending on what the witness testimony and this actual footage that people are talking about there is, maybe you might hear a plea deal offered where if he pleads down to the second degree, you know what I'm saying, the second degree sudden passion, thing where, hey, you might do 15 and you might be able to get out in 11. And in a situation like this, I don't know, that might be one of them deals that you might just want to take, bro. Like, for real. I mean, you might want to.
This lawyer doesn't find suitable evidence that can quite frankly put him in a position where he's going to get off, because he's not getting. I don't see him getting off on this one. Everybody is proclaiming, yeah, he'll get off. No, he won't. He won't. But that's
what I'm saying, though. I think at first I was like, I don't think there's going to be a
probation will be good enough for me. But
you said 10 years probation? You crazy?
No, because again,
we're like trying to send that baby home.
No, because we can't get away from the knife situation. We can't get away from that because it's illegal.
Probation, dog. There's going to be time. There's going to be time. Unless you can prove self-defense, there's going to be time. That's why like self-defense is like all or nothing, because if you can't prove it, you are down for M1.
But you know what? There is somebody who's agreeing with you though. There is somebody who definitely agrees with you, Auntie.
I'm trying to look at the different scenarios because that's the way it's going to work with the law. There, like we can say what we think or know, but it's like multiple different things that can happen. And even those of us that are legal professionals don't know what the fuck is actually going to happen, but it's like probably like 3 or 4 different possibilities of things that can happen. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I don't like when people are making it seem like this is just black and white, and it's not, bro. It's a lot of area. This is the law, bro. This is how it works. There's a lot of areas when it comes to this shit, bro. Yeah. So I just want to see the boy get a fair trial, and just like I said, the smoking gun that this wasn't fair at $1 million bond, bro.
I heard it through the grapevine. I might be wrong, but if he has an all-white juror, he's done.
Yeah, but keep in mind, the defense team will have some say-so when it comes to jury selection. So, you don't really know who's in that there. I've been selected for a jury before, and bro,
yeah, me too.
You never know when or why the fuck they're going to pick you, bro. You just never know, dog. Because I got selected trying to get out of the shit.
Hold on.
I was anti-white, anti-black, motherfucking anti-everything. The motherfucker selected my ass.
I could, you know what? This is like there could be like 500 people in the room. Why the fuck do I have to get selected? Why?
Yeah, bro, you never know, bro. Like, dog, they got, bro. You just never know. That's why I said, I'm like, I don't think they haven't selected jurors yet.
Did you get paid? Did you get paid?
Yeah, I did get paid. Your job has to pay you when you have jury duty. By law, they have to fucking pay you, bro.
No, I'm talking about jury. Did they pay you? Did the judge? Did they pay you?
No. I'll tell you what I have been paid for. I've been paid for mock juries. If you've ever been selected for a mock jury before, I've been selected for that. They pay you for that. But that's it.
I only got paid that one time though. But I'll get to you in a minute, Craig. Hold on.
Your job still has to pay you. You got a job. They have to pay you for the
see what happens. Then stab somebody in the chest, bro. You damn near premeditated that.
This ain't not premeditated because I didn't know bro was gonna be there.
And even if I did know he was gonna be there, I obviously, like you said, to some people they say they already done got into an altercation before. So allegedly,
they don't know each other.
This is what I'm saying. It does not matter if I didn't got into something. Yes, I'm carrying something to protect myself. Not that I'm planning to go kill somebody. Every day you walk out the house with a gun, you plan on.
Quick second, I just want to address the chat. Somebody just asked, like, how is stand your ground going to play into that when it comes to... Okay, stand your ground means that you do not have the duty to retreat. So whether or not he could have just walked away, the prosecution isn't even allowed to make that claim. They're not allowed to make that claim at all. You do not have the duty to retreat in stand your ground states.
That's it.
Yeah. And so they're not even able to mention him leaving or walking away from an altercation or an assault as even a possibility.
Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, man.
Craig.
I think you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I think, man, if they keep trying to push, if I was him, man, I would take it to trial for them because right now they're hitting them with the equivalent of murder one.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this is not murder one.
So I would take that shit to trial, bro. I wouldn't even take any manslaughter pleas or nothing like that. No reckless homicide, no none of that shit. I'll just take that shit to trial. This ain't murder one, bro. He should have never done it. We all know that, but this ain't premeditated. This ain't thought out, and nah, bro. It's not gonna stick. The murder one's not gonna stick. Everything else, like, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna have him on the weapons charge. They're gonna have him on the possible. Well, you can't really hit him with trespassing, but I would say definitely on the weapons
No,
charge.
the
with
weapon,
full
yeah,
grounds.
the weapon is you're gonna get that charge, but that's
But
probation.
that's so small, they
That's
might not
probation.
even put it in there though.
That's probation.
Neither. Yeah, and that's even if they put it in there, because it's such a small charge compared to what he's looking at. They might be like, I mean, who knows? We're gonna find
That's
out
time
soon.
already. No, I'm gonna tell you what they'll give him for the weapon. That's time already served. The time that he's on house arrest and stuff, that's gonna be considered time already served.
Right,
But how do we know
whatever.
if politics is going to play more into a sentence? Because again, you're going to have not only white folks playing into this, but you're going to have some Sambos in there too. I guarantee you they want to slam the at his ass.
Depending on depending on what's on that the
Video.
the alert video, yeah, depending on what's on that, bro, there's a chance. I believe it's a large chance that you're gonna see a plea, dog. Like you're gonna see a plea, and I get what Craig was just saying as far as M1, but I think if you might see a plea down to a second degree M charge, sudden passion, which somebody just mentioned in the chat, that carries a max of 20 years. He can get out in like between 9 and 12 or something like that.
Yeah, but they should have charged him with that.
You
off
might at
top.
least want to consider taking, because that self-defense thing is going to be just tough. It's just going to be tough, bro.
Let's
tough.
assume that let's assume that the video is going 100% against him, right? Let's go. Let's do like two different scenarios. First scenario is the video is 100% against him. I would go with the murder one. I wouldn't accept nothing because it's not murder one. You feel what I'm saying? I would just fight that. And if it's the second case, it doesn't really. If it's the second scenario, because I believe that I don't believe what his brother Hunter's saying, that he seen it happening and he got there right after he got stabbed. Like I'm not believing that. That timing doesn't sound right. I think he was with him the whole time. And he got there on time. And he was looking at two sets of eyes. And he was like, all right, now what am I gonna do?
Well, also keep in mind the kid that passed on, Austin. Even when you want to talk about the dynamics as far as brothers go, Austin, he's the MVP. He's the standout player, so he's the tough one.
Right.
He's the tough one of the brothers. That's just my take on it. Just paying attention.
I think he might have been the bigger one too.
Yeah, so I
One of
do
them's
think
bigger
the
than
younger
the
brother
other.
was probably standing probably about maybe 6-7 feet away. I'm 6-7 feet away. Kind of
he was
just
right there. He was right there.
But then again, I wouldn't even expect him to be able to recall those events just because it happened so fast and his brother got stabbed in the chest. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's just like for him to be able to recall every. Yeah, I have, and he's conveniently leaving stuff out. Yeah, he's conveniently leaving
he's
stuff
hushing
out.
his mom. His mom is trying to talk. He's hushing her, telling his mom to shush. I mean, like they're hiding some shit, man. Like either way, bro, this shit ain't murder one, bro. They take that shit to the murder. They should have charged him with second degree off top.
Well, y'all gotta
off top.
Just keep in mind, they're gonna take not just Hunter's, you know what I'm saying, witness testimony. They'll likely put him on the stand, but they're gonna put a bunch of other witnesses on the stand too, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's not just, you know what I'm saying, and then you're gonna have to compare and contrast everybody's vantage points and viewpoints and all of that stuff. Because you gotta take that into consideration too, that is still his brother that's slain right there, and we know who stabbed him. So of course his recollection and his story is going to be a little bit biased against the guy that put a knife in his brother's chest. So naturally, they're going to have to take his story, but along with other people's stories too.
Hey, drummer, question,
So my name,
drummer.
hey, bro. You
Was
can
his
call me
father
Steve,
there
bro. That's
too?
my name, bro.
No, his
It's good.
father wasn't there.
His father wasn't there. Okay, so
Go
Now
ahead,
keep
bro.
in
He
mind,
said he
in
said he got called and
Texas,
then
I
he
believe
showed up.
in Texas, I believe. I don't think it's I think it's murder and capital murder. I think that those are the two.
Yes, it's only murder and capital murder. Yes,
Yeah.
and murder is 5 to 99 or life, and capital murder is life or death.
But I'm surprised they didn't even pursue the second degree, in a case of sudden passion where you just your
Well,
adrenaline pumps, you act, you didn't know that this was going to be a fatal blow, and it ended up being fatal. You know what I'm saying? So
well,
you know,
that would probably only matter. Like, let's say, for instance, if he found his girlfriend in bed with somebody, they would use sudden passion, which would be
Yeah,
because of the fact
yeah.
that he was overcome with emotion because he walked in and saw his lady having sex with somebody. That's a reason. Not that doesn't say it's necessarily justified, but that's probably a
but that
reason that you may have done what you did.
the same rules can apply. You just got pushed off of the bleachers. All right, you're surrounded by 100 people wearing the same school colors. And this guy, you don't know
Wait a
if
minute.
you
Wait.
hold
Where
on.
was he
You
pushed
think
off
you
the
see
bleachers?
two of them, but you really don't see two of them because you got a twin brother right next to him. Like, bam, stab. So that's like sudden passion. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean,
Well,
it
but
can
my
be like
question
that.
was he pushed off? I didn't read that. Was he pushed
No,
off the
I'm just
bleachers?
saying that. I'm just saying that. I didn't read it
Oh,
in the police. I just
well,
saying.
it's gonna, like I said, it's gonna come down to, like I think I explained to my guy earlier. It's gonna come down to a reasonable amount of force. So, like I say, if this guy wasn't punched, then he wouldn't need to punch him. If he's pushed him, then he wouldn't. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be a good idea to I'm gonna stab you because you pushed me. No. Now, if you get,
Yeah.
you get haymakers and you're waking up and passing out, yeah.
But
Or
notice
you believe that this guy, hey,
some of the
you,
He's
witness, no,
pushed
some
into a
of
corner,
a
a
couple of the witness
situation where
statements
they
say
boxed
that
him
he
in a
pushed
corner or
him.
something.
No, but a
I
couple of
don't
the
know, man.
statements say that he pushed him, and another statement says that he grabbed him. Remember, those are different
okay,
things. So it's
right, and
one thing. Like if you
that's not
push me,
necessarily
yeah, if you push me, I have to retaliate. But if you grab me, I'm actually defending myself to get you off of me. So those
right,
can be
unless they can
different
say
things.
he
So
grabbed me
they
around the
got to
neck.
come to that. Yeah.
Now, unless he said he grabbed me around my neck and I couldn't breathe, that'd be a different story. But
Uh,
then goes back to again, you throw your defense out of the window because you have a prohibited item on property. So it kind of takes
yeah,
that
but that's
away.
a
Like
separate
I can't
charge,
use a
though.
firearm, right? But
Yeah,
I can't. Like for
I
instance, if
don't
I
know,
sneak a
man.
firearm into the facility, I can't use that firearm. I'm not gonna get. I'm not covered because you have like why the
By the
fuck would
way,
you have a
this
firearm?
is a police officer, by the way. So
Yeah, but
Yes.
but also I'm sure he knows in a case of if I'm defending myself, I can defend myself with a weapon that I don't have registered, and I'll just be charged with carrying an unregistered
Well,
firearm. You know,
that's
but
fine. But I'm saying
that
if you're in
that
a
doesn't give me
facility
an
like
M
for instance a
charge.
government
That doesn't give
facility
me an
where
M
you're
charge.
not
I'm still
supposed to,
off for self defense.
right? But even then, but that I mean that's one thing. But
I'm saying those
if you're
are two
talking
separate
about
charges.
right, but if you're talking about reasonable amount of force, right? Does a punch does it require you to retaliate if he doesn't have a deadly weapon himself, or he's not himself like if he's an MMA fighter, right? And this guy is tearing your ass up, and you're like in a fight for your life, yes, you might have to do something out of the ordinary. But at the same time, if that's not the case and it's just a couple of shoves back and forth and you mad, you're obviously with him, I mean, I'm just assuming that you
we're all
probably shouldn't
assuming.
do this, but right, you
One
should. I
it's
know
one
you
thing.
shouldn't, but that's just making an assumption that this guy's feelings were hurt because he got pushed around and it's a bunch of front, a bunch of girls, and you know how it is when you're 17 years old and your manhood is at play. You feel like your manhood is at play, and so you make a decision, a split decision, without thinking. You know,
Exactly. That's sudden passion. You know. So I'm just saying
well,
I'm
that would
not
be
saying it's
some
the
passion
best
would be
case.
if you believe that it caused you were in. I'm trying to think how to say it. Um, like I gave you the example about the girlfriend thing. It had to be something that the jury will believe like you were under so much emotional distress that you felt like
He lost his
you
mind
had to make
basically.
that move.
But the key words that he just said, the jury would have to believe. That's why I said it's all about
Yes.
what kind of case the
Or
lawyers can make.
or the so remember the trial in Texas you could do trial by judge or trial by jury. So if he decides, which would probably be smart to do trial by judge, because she knows the law, she knows how to interpret it a lot better than the jury. They're just given a charge and told what to do. They don't
And I'll
really
take my
understand the
chances
law,
with the jury.
huh?
Yeah.
I'll take my
You would take a
chances.
chance with her.
I don't know, man. It just
Yeah, man.
depends. Once again,
Nah, bro.
You don't.
Taxpayer
We
dollars
don't know
pay
what
that
type of
judge
judge
too
he's
good.
gonna get. We don't even know what type
well,
of judge he's gonna have.
It's one of
you
those
see who
slippery
his judge
slopes.
is. Not saying because she's black, but she's a
Nah,
little
that
bit
was just
more
that
by the
was just
book.
the one
That's the
for the
bond.
bond
That was for
hearing.
the bond hearing.
Yeah,
That
that's
ain't
the
the
one.
actual judge for the trial. We don't even got a date set for the
Well,
trial
some,
yet, right?
well, no, wait, hold on. Check this
So
No,
out.
not
So
yet.
the thing is, most judges at this point, when they give you the bond conditions, not the original judge, the pretrial judge, but the judge for your actual court. So your case goes to a court, and that judge is your judge. Now, one or two things they can do: they can stay on the case, or they can, if they believe that there's some type of bias or something, they can admonish themselves from your case. But I mean, they can get themselves removed from your case or whatever. But um that's going to be his, from my understanding, that's going to be his judge. So
I don't know how y'all do it out there in Texas, but if
how
that's
do
the
you feel
case,
about that?
then
How do y'all feel about that? That's going to be his judge.
I
No, I
think
mean, I think I'm pretty
I
sure
think it's
he's going to
fair.
take a chance with the jury. So
Oh,
Of course.
the
of
judge
course.
make sure none of that BS actually comes into the court. At least that's their job. But other than that, I'm pretty sure they're going to
Honestly,
take their chances with the jury.
and he lives in I mean, I would say both cities. I don't know too much about Frisco as much as I know about Harris County where I'm at. And Harris County is very blue. So it's more than likely you'll run into a jury that's going to be like, oh, it's a 17-year-old. He's a baby. They're going to feel that way about him versus in Frisco where it's a lot more red. And not saying that it doesn't matter necessarily about the skin color, but how they think. Harris County is very, very left. So they're going to be like, oh yeah, let him off. There's no reason why he should be in jail. He's just a baby. In Frisco, they might be, hey man, you had no business doing what you did. You brought a knife on,
Man,
you
look, I'm old enough to remember the damn OJ trial, and you talking about 8, 9 white jurors, and
Right.
OJ still walked out of that damn courtroom, bro.
Hold on. I don't want to be vague, but does anybody remember the kid that did the wrestling move to his own sister? And he got
Yeah.
what? How many years in prison?
Oof.
Yeah, he
Oh,
got a
he
lot.
that was a long time
They
ago.
tried him as an adult. Yeah, that was he got a lot.
Okay, did y'all see the case about AJ Armstrong, the one that killed the boy that killed his parents?
Yeah, that was wild.
Agent
Man.
Arms.
They tried.
Yeah, he killed his
They
dad was his dad was an NFL player, and him and his mom, they were entrepreneurs. He killed them in their home and blamed it on his special needs brother. I don't know if y'all heard about that. That case happened in Harris County. I think he had like 3 mistrials before he was found guilty. They couldn't come up. The state had a hard time, proving their burden. So sometimes the state, depending on how I think I've heard they're pretty good in Dallas as far as the district attorney's office is pretty good out there. So he might have a tough time, man. It's not going to be as easy as it would be in my county.
I don't think it's gonna be easy at all.
I just want him to have 10 years.
It's not gonna be. I don't care where he was. The situation right here ain't gonna be easy at all. Yeah, this is just tough. And
It's gonna be tough,
please,
man.
all I can say is don't be rioting if this boy has to do time
Please
because
don't.
it's highly likely.
Too late.
Bro,
Too late.
let me tell you.
Too late.
I'm gonna tell y'all what his options are. His options are to go to trial. His another option is to plea, to actually plea out because he's said he did it
Like,
anyway. So.
hey, like what I said, hey, if you can get it that you got to negotiate with the plea though. You got to negotiate, so you got to get that down to the second degree.
Or you can plead down.
Yeah.
Yeah, or you can plead down to manslaughter, which is the lesser charge, which is
Which I don't think they have it, but they say it doesn't apply. It won't apply in Texas.
Yeah, it won't apply. But if it did, that's 5 to 20 years up to a $10,000 fine. That's
and
easy.
just like I was saying, he can be out in between.
Wait.
10 and 30.
5 to 10 years.
5 no
He said
5 to 20 5 to 20 years.
Yeah, 5 to 20.
With up to
Which
a
means
$10,000 fine.
which
Yeah.
means he can be out in like between 10 and 13.
And in Texas, you only have to think like 80% of your
White people
time.
get mad
So
at that. If he
be out
does
like
get
30.
mad, Slaughter, just
It's
watch
not,
what watch
it's
and
not
see what he
bedtime, bro. So you can do half of that. You know, he can do half of that, and then probation. He'd be eligible for parole.
Nevertheless, man, it's going to be a learning lesson for him. It's going to be a crash course to learn how to. You have to be careful what you do, man. And this is like I said, a lot of people believe like, oh, police officers want him in jail. I say no. A lot of us don't want him to spend his life. He's 17 years old, man.
I'd like to see him out. I'd like to see him out by 30. But for real, for what he's done, like let's just keep it real. Let's just be real with each other. We-On-Loc. That should at least cost you your 20s. Like for real.
Sir. Yes, sir.
That should
You gotta
cost
do
you.
some time, bro. Yeah, that's only right because we'd be up in arms if the other family.
They're for real, bro. You got a body here, bro. Somebody's got to stand trial, bro.
Yes, that's why the judge is like, I still gotta. I can't put, I'm sure they tried to get it down to 50,000. I mean, sometimes.
No, they tried to get it. They tried to get it down to 150.
The attorneys would.
They tried to get it down to 150, but I mean, bond isn't supposed to be a punishment. That was my argument with a bunch of people. I'm like, bro, y'all trying to crucify the man at the damn bond hearing at the arraignment. I'm like, come on, bro. I'm like,
man. Y'all saying he deserves 10. I'd say I'm gonna wait until.
I didn't say he deserves 10. I said it should definitely cost. He's 17 now, so it should cost him his 20s at the least, bro. Like,
I mean, shit. That's what's the difference.
I'm gonna tell you what they're gonna try to.
Like,
13 years,
10 years. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like
when before the jury rests, before the jury go to deliberate, they're gonna do their final argument. I'm sure if he does go to trial, his defense attorney is going to talk about the brain development. As we know, young men, as men, at 25 is when our brain is supposed to be fully developed. And so they're going to try to argue that at 17 years old, you don't have the think about it. He's not thinking, hey, after I stabbed him, I'm going to render aid. He's not thinking to do that. For one, he's not a police officer or a first responder, so he's not thinking to render aid. And number two, his whole mindset is, I got to flee because I'm scared. I just messed up.
Still didn't fully flee.
Right.
He just got kind of like, which believe it or not, I think that might help the case for self-defense because he neutralized the threat. He would be considered neutralizing the threat and getting the hell up out of there. So if they're trying to make the case that he perceived multiple threats, like he didn't perceive just Austin as his only threat, he saw Austin's brother, he saw other teammates there, other people he didn't know, whatever, adrenaline was pumping, bam. So that might help the case. And he used the knife to create a distraction. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he did stab the person. The intent clear. I mean, I think it's obvious the intent wasn't to delete the kid. But
let me ask this: Did you hear the witness that said he had 2 daughters that ran track that day over there? You heard that witness talking about it?
Which one?
Yeah, but I don't know if that was an actual witness. Exactly, that's a supposed witness.
I get what you're saying, but let's say that what he's saying is actual fact, and that's what pops up in the video that they were jumping on him. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I think that's gonna be hard for them to try to stick. That's why I said I need to wait a little bit to see exactly what happened, because what happened.
But if it was a full-out brawl, don't you think somebody would have broke it up or tried to attempt to break it up?
I'm just saying.
No, that's the whole thing. Why didn't they try to break it up in the first place? Before the knife was thrown, why didn't they try to break it up in the? If they were going back and forth, and he said, "Oh, I'll beat your ass, bitch," and he was like, "Touch me." You know what I'm saying? Like, why didn't they? Why wasn't anybody getting in between them when the words was getting exchanged? Because that's what happened. Like, if you ever been back in a back and forth type situation, it could take 15 seconds before anybody swings. It could be a whole 15, 20 seconds of, oh, do this, I'm gonna do that. Do it then, bitch. XYZ. Nobody came in.
But it's gonna come up in court. I'm just saying, is this going to come up in court though? Like what? So what? You think there's a chance that we might put the rest of everybody that was in the bleachers on trial for negligence?
Well,
like that's not going to happen.
Nah.
The
What I'm saying is, I think he's justified and he'll get off if we see a video or we have enough witnesses that say, yeah,
Well, you gotta
they went
remember,
over
too,
there.
remember
His
the
brother
key-
swung on him.
the star witness.
One brother grabbed him, the other brother punched him, and they're sitting there tussling, and then he just swung the knife in an awkward way, and it just so happened to hit him in his chest. Because it wasn't like he kept stabbing him. He didn't just stab. He stabbed him once. He
not
didn't
even
just
that.
keep.
Like
He didn't just keep walking him over and over.
you also just have to be so. I'm not gonna say lucky, but unlucky, whatever you want to call it, to just hit the right spot where he
exactly
just
like
punched
you know what I'm saying. Like, bro, I
Like-
thought it was like a fucking Bruce Lee movie where he just went 1 foot in the air and just and just hit him. Like, you know, I don't think it happened like that. I think it was
And
there was a lot of
I
moving
think-
and tussling going on, and it just so happened, like you said, to hit him in that right spot.
Yeah,
Like,
it was So I don't think they like. Just like they said, is the response proportionate to the perceived threat? And they're like, well, he used deadly force. But the thing is, he doesn't know he's using deadly force.
Remember, you gotta remember.
So he's responding with what he believes is proportionate.
Let me ask the officer something.
There's a reasonable and prudent person believe. So, like in any case, with the layman person, with the average person, do you believe that you would be justified in doing it? If someone punched you in the face, do you think the next move for me to do is to pull a knife out and stab you?
Okay, so let me ask you this: what if I just cut you and you don't pass on after I got punched in the face?
Well, if you're still like I said before, if you believe that my life is going to end if I don't stop this guy, just like if I'm on the scene and I'm going at it with this guy, he's unarmed. I cannot pull my firearm out and shoot this guy unless I believe, hey, this guy's 400 pounds.
Yeah, but come on, keep it real, bro.
I'm asking you,
keep it real, bro. If you was on scene and somebody punched you in the face, you gonna pull that pistol out, bro.
No,
I'm asking him though.
Let's
say you punch me in the face, right? No, you punch me in the face. I pull out the blade. I cut you, but I don't stab you. What's my charge?
First of all, that's aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
No, I cut you, but I don't delete you.
Listen, bro.
It's still
aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. That's
okay, and what's your charge for punching me in the face?
That's what that is.
It's ag assault, but not with a deadly.
Okay,
and that's a third-degree felony.
Well, no, I'm not saying. Let's imagine you're not a cop.
That's what I thought you was trying to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
But no, I'm just saying, if you're not a cop, if I do that and you don't pass on, my charge is aggravated assault with the weapon, right? Even though you punch me in the face.
Yeah, with deadly weapon. Yes, deadly weapon. And the simple reason why is because, once again, it goes back to force.
So we're both being charged right there, though, right? We're both getting the assault charges. I'm getting the assault charge.
All right, so in this case, that would be. I'm trying to think. So you're saying that this unprovoked, this guy just punched you in the face?
Yeah. Whatever
Okay,
we told, we told you. Hey, let's say you didn't just do it unprovoked. We're jawing at each other, whatever. And hey, you make the first move and you hit me. Yeah, you make the first move. You hit me. I pull out the blade. I cut you, but you don't pass on. What's my charge? What's your charge?
We won't charge anybody. We'll let you walk.
Okay.
Both of y'all
So
walk.
that's what I'm saying. So the issue is that he passed on. It's not that he used the blade.
So the problem, okay, this is the thing. He used a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. Because at this point, you just killed this guy and using a deadly weapon. So that calls for what we call murder. There's what they call. It's also what we call culpable mental state, which is intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, and criminal negligence. He wasn't criminally negligent, like if you were driving a car and you hit a car with an old lady and she died. That's negligence. That's recklessness. That would be manslaughter, right? Wouldn't be murder because you didn't intend to kill that lady, but because you were driving recklessly, you end up killing her. So the same thing with the knife. He would be probably on trial for manslaughter, but in this case, it would be murder because when you stab this guy.
So let me.
First of all, you stabbed him. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say real quick. let's assume that it was a 2-on-1, a scenario in Texas where it's a 2-on-1, and you got one in front of you and the other one's on the side of you they're basically trying to surround you and shit. And one of them goes to grab you, and you know what I'm saying, you're about to start tussling right then and there. Are you justified at that point? Because you got you got a really good chance of getting fucked up if you got two people.
Okay, I keep skipping over. Okay, first of all, where are we at in this scenario? Where are we at? Are we in the stadium? That's a school property, or are we on the street somewhere? Where are we at?
Now, let's say we're at
let's go with the actual scenario with Austin and them.
Well, social gathering. Let's say we're at the stadium. Let's say we're at a stadium. No, social gathering. We're at a stadium. You know what I'm saying? We're both permitted to be here. I sat in the wrong seat or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the fuck, bro. I'm sitting in your seat when I'm really supposed to be sitting in the 200 section or some shit. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So you're there. Number one, none of y'all supposed to have a weapon. Let's start there. We can't keep skipping over it. None of y'all supposed to have a weapon because when you walk into the stadium, they screen you to see if you have weapons. Make sure if you have.
I don't think that's gonna matter in this case,
bro. I'm telling you, that's gonna screw him over so bad.
Well, let's say this
because you got other cases where people aren't supposed to have a gun.
See,
and
we're talking
killed, and they skip right over that.
No, we're talking hypothetical. So in this particular situation, let's just assume this wasn't one of those screening events. Let's say it's not one of those screening events. It's like whatever, a minor league baseball game or something like that, where they're not
outside, like an open field where there's no.
I'm trying to correlate it to what we're actually talking.
Like a Walmart parking lot or some shit.
Okay, if it's in a Walmart parking lot, different story. If you feel like you're gonna, once again. The problem with all of this, and usually with most people, is they don't know how to articulate themselves. So they don't know how to state how they felt like they were. Like, for instance, if I shoot somebody, right, I have to be able to articulate why I did what I did. If I can't do it, guess what?
At the same time, you're the police. No, at the same time, no, he's the police. He's got to issue a statement and all of that other shit. Yeah. So I get that. He has to be able to articulate himself in his recollection of events. But to the average citizen who doesn't have law enforcement training and isn't obligated to do that, we don't have to be. We hire a lawyer to speak for us. We have the right to remain silent.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think
that's exactly what
I don't know, man. That knife.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We have a lawyer.
That knife being on scene, I don't think that's gonna matter, man.
Yeah, maybe, and even if we cannot afford one will be provided for us. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? Like,
we're giving you the game while you standing there. We're like, hey, don't say shit to us, and I tell anybody, don't say nothing. I tell people all the time, don't say anything.
So I know what he's saying. People don't know, but you got to know that you don't know how to articulate yourself because there's legal jargon. You know what I'm saying? Like, the law is a bunch of paperwork, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because the person, the big bad wolf is the prosecutor, not us. Yeah. We're just the lamb.
You enforce the laws. Yeah, they interpret the laws. You enforce the laws. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the ones that's gonna.
That's why it bugs me out when people try to talk themselves out of shit with the police. I'm like, they can't help you. You know, like, they really can't help you. Right. Your asses. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it, bro. I was like, you gotta, like y'all say, tell it to the judge. You don't need to go back to saying that shit. Tell it to the judge, motherfucker. This ain't out of my hands now.
This nigga's.
But I'm gonna tell y'all, what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a very smart individual in Karmelo. Like, people keep making it seem like this guy's just some idiot, some YN. He's none of that, right? This is a very intelligent individual. I mean, some of the things that he said was, to me, I was like, wow, like, how did he know to say that? You know, as a 17-year-old, how did he know how to automatically come up with his own defense?
Kids got the internet, bro. They've watched 1,000 episodes of Law and Order.
I mean, I think a lot of y'all underestimate the intelligence of teenagers, man. Like, teenagers ain't dumb, bro. Straight up.
Let me ask you,
I made some dumbass decisions,
but to any teenagers about this case?
No, not me.
I have.
Not
I
yet.
have. My son's an older teenager, so I talked to him about it, and a couple of his friends, and they all say the same thing. That boy crashed out, man. Wilding. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
on the outside
they
and
don't
looking
see it.
in, that's what it
Like
looks
that's
like, man.
because they're like, yo, we all carry knives, and ain't nobody thinking to do no stupid shit like that over some shit like that. For real.
But honestly, bro, I come from the area where you know what I'm saying, you threw them hands, bro. You caught a fade. You ain't do all that.
Yeah,
You ain't
but
do no
you
nonsense.
also had a knife on you. You had one on you. You just didn't have
Well,
to
you had
use it for
only
a
if you
basic
need,
little
but
fight.
even we knew from watching. We watch guys go down for using weapons, so we knew only time we need to use it is we feel like our life is in danger. Everybody knows that.
That's it.
My parents,
I'm just
my
saying, man,
parents,
See,
we used to
and
fight all of the
that's
time.
that's the
All of the
thing.
kids had
They're gonna
knives.
have to
Where I
prove
come from,
his
they
life
carry
wasn't in
drills.
danger, man. I don't know. It doesn't make.
you
It
don't feel
doesn't
if you
seem
don't feel
like.
like your life is in danger. Somebody punching you in the face doesn't mean that you're in danger. Now, unless you get punched by somebody that's an MMA fighter, you might need to probably use a knife. You could probably articulate that, hey, this guy's an MMA fighter.
Yeah,
He
but
knocked out so many
after
people.
you get hit in the face,
I'm
what are
just
you
no
gonna
no
do?
wait
Ask
wait
him
wait
what
wait
his
wait, wait. Hold
credentials
on.
are before you pull
You
out your
can't.
weapon?
Don't discredit it
Here's the
because if you
thing, though. You
know if
can't
you
tell somebody else.
You're
if
not
you
gonna
had
ask
look,
somebody,
listen,
yo, hey, damn, that hit kind of stung a little bit, bro. What kind of training you got?
if you
It's
And then
know
like
if you
expect
know if
you
bro
don't
if
know
you
if
had
he's an MMA fighter.
if you had prior knowledge, let's just say these guys knew each other. If you had prior knowledge that this dude was an MMA fighter, and you find yourself in a situation where he's trying to fight you, which more than likely is not going to happen because they have a lot of these guys are disciplined. Even if they have issues, they have enough to know I'm not going to fight this guy because he can't handle what I can give out to him. He's
For
probably going to try.
for
He's
for
going to try
one,
to kill me. Right.
for one,
And
if he's an MMA fighter, he might try to choke you out.
you
So you're not
probably need
gonna
to
have
kill him. You
you're not
probably
gonna
need
have
to use
enough
deadly
time.
force. So you get away
Hey,
with that
I'm
one.
still reading your chat real quick. Hey, Sugar Bum, keep on talking
Don't,
shit. Hey,
don't do it.
Exactly. Leave her in the
Don't
clouds,
do it.
damn
like the
I'm,
bird she
I'm,
is,
I'm,
man.
I'm gonna cut off that Plan C pill shipment I had.
Don't
On
need
this your crib last
don't
next week,
listen.
man. You know,
Don't even acknowledge her, bro. She's nobody.
She's
So
the
this
reason.
is a
She's the
problem.
reason.
Don't even acknowledge
The
her,
reason
bro.
why after Trump got elected, it was a
Listen.
shortage of Plan B pills and shit, and now it's about to be a shortage of Plan C's because of damn Sugar Bum, you
Look, you
nasty
know
bitch.
this is the
Go ahead,
problem.
my
Yeah,
bad.
look, I think this is a big problem, man. A lot of black women, well, I love them to death, man. A lot of black women think that we have to utilize our emotions the way they use theirs. Like when we fight people, it's not based on emotion. It's based on protect. We're trying to protect ourselves. It's not because I feel the same way because you said something to me. It's more so because, and we talking about men here. We're not talking about boys and guys are super emotional. We talking about guys that got their shit together. We're like me. I got a job to where I'm not trying to get myself, fired just because somebody may hurt my feelings and so I'm punching them out. I'm only punching you because I'm trying to protect myself. I'm trying to protect my wife and kids or whoever around me that I need to protect. And so this what Bum is saying is crazy to me because it's like, damn, so y'all want us to crash out on somebody just because
Yeah, they do, and we're just having a conversation right now
no, bro.
amongst men. So I don't even
Not
know what
her.
you're talking about.
Not her. Like it's best to just let her talk to herself in the chat, bro. Like
Nah, but I'm
But
just
I'm saying,
saying. I mean,
I've been seeing that a lot. Like, a lot of women, like you see on these videos, they want dudes to just crash out for them because some dude said something.
yeah,
No, don't
hey,
do that.
hey,
nah, hell
whatever,
no,
bro.
that ain't it.
Notice the chicks that say shit like that though. They don't have a fucking man.
No,
They
Nah,
never
she
do.
don't.
Because they would
She's
never
a
want
bum.
their man to be crashing the fuck out over some random stupid ass chick that talks too fucking much that ain't them.
'Cause most of the time
Okay,
you see these dudes crash out
so
over
so so
because
you
of
got
Bro,
money, bro.
listen.
chicks with no dude.
She got the white girl's hair on her fucking
Hey,
head, bro. Like you can't take her
hey,
serious. You know what I'm saying? Like just
nah,
let her stay in the
you
chat
got chicks
and
with
talk
no
to
dude
herself. You know what I'm saying? She's
that
trying to
want
look like
every
Becky over
other
there.
dude, an eligible bachelor that didn't choose them, to go crash the hell out, or somebody else's man to go crash the hell out for them, so that way misery can have some company.
Yeah,
You
so
know,
you can go to prison, then she can leave you anyway.
and then she can have another lonely bitch to fucking to be cool with and talk to
Only
about
time
how niggas ain't shit.
like I told my wife, only time I need
You
to protect, I need to throw hands for you, is if somebody try to put their hands on you or our child. That's it. Just because somebody says something like, "Hey,
why would she have you do it any other time? That wouldn't even make
exactly."
sense.
That's why I told
That's
her.
what they
When we first,
expect.
I told her
The
when
A lot
same
of them
chick,
expect that.
the same chick that will tell her homegirl that her nigga is weak is the same chick that will fuck her homegirl's niggas.
exactly.
Okay?
Oh God, we done turned this whole thing into
That's
God.
what I'm
we
saying.
done
That's
went
why I
off of.
said, listen, that's why I said ignore her, bro. Ignore her, bro.
I didn't
Like, I'm
say
telling you,
anything. I didn't say
ignore
shit.
her, bro. Straight up,
I did
ignore her,
not
bro.
say
Like,
anything.
the girl's a
She,
loser,
you
guys.
know,
Yeah,
She's
she
a
just
you
been.
know,
But
loser.
no,
Like, you know what I mean?
to
but back
do with
to
She
automatic.
ignore her,
back to
bro.
Carmelo, man. He's gonna have a
Yeah, back to Carmelo. Back to
long
Carmelo.
he's gonna have a long time to come up with a defensive if he decides to go to trial. I personally think he's gonna try to plead out because he knows if he goes, he's gonna have to take a stand to defend himself. It's not gonna be no. I'm gonna waive my Fifth Amendment. No, you're gonna need to go to the. You're gonna need to testify, bro.
I
Nah,
don't know,
that's not
man.
gonna happen.
We're gonna
He's
have
gonna
to
need to.
we're gonna have to come back to this once the video pops out and we see was
Well,
it
they're
a
not going to show us.
2-on-1 or
They're
not.
not going, bro. I'm telling you right now, a lot of this stuff they're not going to show us because it's gonna take away from the integrity of the case, and they
It
want to keep
might
that.
it might. I thought that was the reason why they didn't put it out in the first place. Because
No,
usually, even if something's going to trial, we see the video beforehand, and in a lot of
that's the problem
cases,
with our. That's the problem
and
with this generation, man. Everybody wants to see everything instead of like giving it time to develop. Because now when you put all
Well,
this stuff out, or people
people
are putting
people already have their preconceived
right.
bias on what's gonna go down. They don't. This is a process, and you
yeah,
really
that's what I'm
don't know
saying.
how it's
Like we
gonna
don't
play out.
know.
It could take 2,
That's
3
what I'm
years. I've
saying. Like
seen. I
I
mean,
don't.
cases like just take 4 or 5 years to come to
I
go
don't
to
think it's
trial.
gonna take that long.
Just depends.
Nah, me neither, man. I think we're gonna get a date early within the next few months. I think we're gonna know.
Because
Like
it's just too easy
it's
to collect all of the necessary evidence here.
What? How long does it usually take? It
So
takes
look, so
about
Yeah,
check this
'cause
out. Everything
now you got to keep in mind
first,
you're not trying to prove whether or not someone did something. You're trying to prove whether or not somebody did something in self-defense. So all the evidence is really like right there.
first,
All they got to
and
do is
first thing,
gather.
yeah.
yeah, first thing is first. The detectives have to conclude their investigation. So they do all the supplements. They get everything from different. They get everything from the forensics. All of that. They have to conclude, and once they conclude, they go to the state and say, "Hey, here's what we have." The state goes over. They look over it. They have the hearing with the defense, and once they have their hearing, they determine if they're gonna, they talk to the judge and they come up with a date for if they decide to go to trial. If not, they give an opportunity for the defendant to plea. They'll come up with I guess they call like a package. They mitigate some type of package if they decide to plea out and say, hey, look, the state's offering 25 years minimum, and then they'll say, I don't want to do it. We want to go to trial. All right, cool. We're going to trial. We're gonna set trial for I don't know. We're gonna January of 2027. Okay, cool. Boom.
I don't
There's a
know, man.
trial.
I think if they come out the gate within the next couple of months with a plea off top, I think that's a sign that the prosecution is gonna have a hard time with the initial
Well,
murder
remember
charge they're trying to hit him with.
wait, hold on. I think you got it mixed up. You're saying the right thing, but so what it is the state has the burden. Okay, so it's on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to that
Right,
jury.
right.
So it's not on the defense to prove anything.
I'm just
Like,
saying
that's what I
no,
was talking
no,
about.
no, 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 no. When they're claiming self-defense, that shifts the burden to the defense.
Well,
No, it's still on the prosecution because if they're claiming murder one, they gotta prove that
already
it was.
open and
They
shut
gotta
that you
prove that.
have somebody in the chest. Now you have to prove that
remember,
you did
he's
it
on
in
trial.
self-defense.
So what is he on trial for self defense or for murder?
But I'm just like, what
Right.
are they
He's
looking
on
for?
trial
A
for
doubt?
murder. So he
He's
has
on
to
exactly, and
they have
there's
to
no
prove
question
that
of
he
whether or
murdered.
not he did it.
Right. So first
That's what I'm saying.
They have to
So
prove that he
If they
murdered.
come out and they try to give him a plea off top, that's what I'm
In
saying.
the-
If they try to
I
come give him a
understand,
plea
but
off top, that means that they're like, hold on, our case is not as strong as we thought because of the XYZ evidence that we got now. So let's just try to offer a plea and just hurry up and finish this case like they do
I'm
all the
telling y'all
time.
right now, this case is
So it's
strong, bro.
like,
It's a strong ass
But
case.
You're
what I'm
saying
here,
what?
in a standard case where somebody's on trial for M and you don't have 100 damn witnesses and a motherfucker saying he did it, it being clear as day that it's done, then yeah, it's up to the prosecution to prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that that person did it. That's the they have the burden of proof.
Okay.
But,
How about this?
but right here,
Hold on.
the prosecution
Hold on.
doesn't have to prove
hold on,
he did it
the cop
because
is trying to
everybody
say
knows he
something.
did
What's
it.
his name? Drummer?
Hold
Drummer
on.
was trying to
Just
say
call me
something.
Steve. That's my real name.
Hold on.
Just call me Steve, bro.
Hold on. In the chat. How many of y'all think in the chat he's gonna go free? How many in the chat think he's gonna go to jail for 10 years? I'm just gonna maximum is 20. The maximum is 20 years. How many do you think he's gonna go to jail for 10 years?
Yeah, but let me
the
ask
minimum
Drummer,
is
right?
20.
You said Steve?
Yes, yeah, just call me Steve. That's fine.
Yeah,
Why
let
you
me
saying
ask
my
you this. So if they come out with a manslaughter plea, right?
Okay.
Fairly like within the next 90 days. Do you think that the prosecution's doing that because they want to just hurry up and like finish this case, or do you think that they're doing that because it's going to be harder for them to prove the initial murder charge versus him just saying, okay, we'll give you 10 years or 5 to 20 for Texas? It's easier for them to say, you know what, let's just offer him 5 to 10, end this right now. We got a conviction under our belt. We're good to go. Or do you think are they going to do that because they're going to look at the evidence that me or you or anybody else haven't seen yet and say, you know what, this is harder than we thought originally to prove he acted in like a malicious way, and you know what I mean? Like this was like an aggravated murder one case. You know what I mean? Which is usually
we had remember in Texas you have to have probable cause first of all to even make the arrest. So the fact that they were able to
somebody's dead. Somebody's dead. So
make the arrest. That's all. Wait. Hold on. So you got that already. So you have him in custody. They wouldn't even been able to hold him if they didn't have probable cause to have him there in the first place. To believe that and he is on his own admittance, he did it. So it's not that they don't have anything. The defense attorney's job is to go in and to basically bargain, say, hey, look, we can give us this 20, we'll take the 20, whatever. Cool. And then the state to say, yeah, I don't know about that. Let's do 25. So it's basically a bidding thing, man. It's a bidding war between.
That's what I'm saying, though. Yeah, so, I understand
it's
that.
It's a bidding war. So you're asking the state for the time that you're trying to get. It's not the state giving you the same. Hey, I'm going to give them 5 years. It's always. I don't know if you've ever seen anybody fighting, but they're fighting for their case. But it's basically they're just trying to figure out what's more reasonable. What's for this case. Like, okay, this is a murder case, right? We're not trying to give the guy exactly 5 years, unless maybe this guy somehow we believe that he, like I said, he was able to say that he did it because of this reason or that. Even with this passion, you're still going to be found guilty. But
yeah, when they sit down, they're going to have that conversation. Yeah, they're gonna have that. They're gonna have that conversation. So, one's gonna tell the other, "Look, we got this," and then the other's gonna be like, "But they're gonna have to meet in the middle." And on both sides, they're gonna have to compromise because if there's not a whole lot of evidence, or if there's, like I said, if they have more evidence that we got, prosecutors aren't dumb. They're not trying to lose neither.
I'm telling you right now, they have everything they need to have. They have everything they need to have already. They don't. Yeah, need anything else. They have.
No, they do.
Just
they
him
do.
admitting that he did it was enough. They don't need anything else, bro. Trust me.
But you already. It was 100 witnesses.
Listen. Him going to trial is actually going to hurt him more than it would be if he just played out. Literally.
I don't know about
now
that.
he's playing Russian roulette, bro. Because I'm telling you, the way it is in Texas, if he would have just took the plea deal already and say, "Look, I'm just going to take my 20 years and I'm going to go sit out." Because you're not gonna have
See,
to
that's
do
the
it. Remember,
thing. Like,
he's
that's
not on
Nah,
top of it.
bro,
I
he
don't.
might be able to
Listen,
get
hey,
like
yo,
15, bro.
wait.
See, this the
Wait.
thing though. We don't know. That's why I keep. That's why I keep saying
Wait,
in the
hold on.
next month or
Listen.
2 months, because
Y'all
we don't know
y'all
the
have to
conversations that they're
listen.
having just yet.
Listen, bro.
So we
Listen,
gotta
bro.
wait.
Listen. They have to, even if he got, let's say he went and took 20 years, right? He still is eligible for parole. And he could parole after a certain amount of time. He could probably parole after 6 years.
Yeah, he can get 5
Doesn't have to do
years.
20. He doesn't have to do 20 years all the way. So you gotta remember, his attorney's job is to get the best outcome he can for the defendant. If he feels like they got a shot at this thing, he's going to go to trial. If he doesn't feel like that, he's going to plea out because he knows, hey, look, man, because I've heard these defense attorneys talking to these guys. Hey, you fucked up. All right, you did what you did.
Yeah.
We're just trying to make sure that we are honest, and we're asking the courts for. We're asking the state for this time. If they offer the time, cool. If you don't like the offer, that's why most people go to trial in Texas. It's not like any other state. We give deals like right away. If hey, pretty much in the state, feds are different. So in the state, it's always some type of way.
Well, that's why I mentioned what I mentioned earlier, because like me and you both know that they already have what they need. They already got all the cell phone footage. If there is any surveillance.
No. My bad cutting you off, bro. I gotta drop down, dog. But dog, it was a pleasure having you just coming up, bro. Cool combo, bro. I'll keep it up. Nah, bro. It's a decent conversation to have, bro, without a bunch of emotions and shit involved. So I appreciate y'all, man.
That's true. That's true.
All right. Yo, y'all have a good night, though. Thanks for having me up, big dog.
No problem.
All right. Real quick, shout out to my family, cousin, and them for the super sticker. One love.
That's ISO. Rack it up, I got a bit of the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and she bringing the cake out. Smoke it up, I got some gas, some packs, I'm up in the greenhouse. Ball it up, I'm with the gang, we taking shots off the rebound. Fucking my post to say now, I've been humble too long, yeah. Tell them all to stay calm, yeah. Tell them all to move on, yeah. Fucking my post to say now, they be lost in the sauce, yeah. Took a loss, that's your loss, yeah. Had to get my point across, yeah. Heard them lanes was talking now and we don't pay that no mind. Didn't need to watch and all that.
All right, Craig. Sorry about that. I'm hungry, but I gotta play a little bit. I gotta play a little bit of this, and then we can just dally up on out of here because it looks like we're going to be talking about this for another week or so, unless some new stuff. Some new evidence pops up or a video or something. But I'm just waiting on the video. That's what I want. Dude proclaims that. Go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah,
no, but there's some dude that proclaims that he has a video, but that's not even a no. Now I don't want no fake. I don't want no fake ass videos and nothing like that. But we brain it in early. Thank you, Anti-Social Gamer, for the super chat. Thank you, my love.
That's ISO. Rack it up, I got a bit of the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and she bringing the cake out. Smoke it up, I got some gas, some packs, I'm up in the greenhouse. Ball it up, I'm with the gang, we taking shots off the rebound. Fucking my post to say now, I've been humble too long, yeah. Tell them all to stay calm, yeah. Tell them all to move on, yeah. Fucking my post to say now, they be lost in the sauce, yeah. Took a loss, that's your loss, yeah. Had to get my point across, yeah. Heard them lanes was talking now and we don't pay that no mind. Didn't need to watch and all that.
Yeah, have you heard of what's his name? Well, you don't go to many panels. You don't go to many panels at all. But
No, I don't think so.
I think he'd be worth your speed though. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be funny at all because some of the views, right? Some of the views that he spills out, you spill out the same ones. You know what I mean?
What's his name?
His name is Brandon, aka Pan African Strikes Back. Yeah, yeah. I'll play a little bit. I'll play a little bit
You
for you.
played. You played. You
Don't
played.
go
some of
smoke
his-
something.
No,
Yeah, you played.
but when you do walk,
Hold on,
The guy Brandon, that's the big guy at the end. My left, your right.
let me just read the self-defense law. So the people that don't know, this is actual Texas Penal Code 9.31. In Texas, self-defense is defined by Texas Penal Code 9.31, which allows a person to use force against another when they reasonably believe it is immediately necessary to protect themselves from the other's unlawful use of force. Texas's Castle Doctrine extends the right to self-defense in private spaces such as homes or vehicles. Deadly force is presumed reasonable if someone enters or attempts to enter a person's occupied home, vehicle, or workplace unlawfully with force.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. When we're talking about self-defense, defending yourself could be like, bro pushed me, I pushed him back. Bro punched me, I punched him back. When you go from bro pushed me to I stabbed him, that's not equal force.
Why?
It makes it murky.
It doesn't say equal force.
Okay, let's say this. Let's say how big was the boy that got stabbed?
220.
220.
No.
How big was the other boy?
He was 6 feet.
Carmelo was 6 feet, 165.
He was not 6 feet. He was 5'9" to 130.
And the other dude was 220.
220.
Arguably, is that a fair fight?
Yeah, why not?
It is.
That's not a fair fight.
How many niggas you done thundered that been bigger than you though? Let's keep it 100.
That's not making a fair fight. This is why they have weight classes in every sport that's combating. You have a weight class. 165 considerably is not the same to a heavyweight that's 220
for professionally trained people.
And it's even worse on the street because anything can happen. You sat here on an episode and said you were damn near, if you get into a fight, don't complain, I'm gonna choke you damn near till you dead.
Damn near.
So to sit here and say off a regular fight though,
I'm
you
saying
talking
no,
about
I get what you're saying, but I'm looking at it like if bro is 6 feet and he's 6 feet, he got 40 pounds. He got
Listen,
40 50
never
pounds
mind
on
that.
him.
This is the point that everybody in the world is missing. Okay. You don't get to dictate a person's reaction to your disrespect or your physical harm on them. So just because you decided I'm gonna draw the line at a push, doesn't mean he has to decide, well, I'm gonna equally push you back.
Well,
no,
yeah, you don't, but the law does.
No,
yeah.
fuck the law. You may push me. Bro, if you push me and I punch you, that was reasonable for me.
That's reasonable.
For me.
Now, if a 75-year-old woman push you, you gonna stab her to death?
No.
Again, we've been hearing this. We've been hearing this for how long? 2 weeks? 2 weeks?
At least, yeah,
about around there. We're gonna hear more. We're gonna hear more.
Yeah, I think I need, like I said earlier, man. I need more. I need more. Like, I need to see what the lawyers are seeing behind the scenes for me to really be able to, you know what I mean? But because at the end of the day, if it was 2-on-1, bro, he got a good chance of beating this. If it was 1-on-1, then he got to take that plea.
All right.
I'll leave it at that.
And well, I do appreciate y'all for coming up and having a discussion, but I didn't think it was going to be like this. So I want to thank everybody for coming up and like, share, subscribe to the channel, and so it's support your boy with a membership if you can. It'll be a blessing. Other than that, I just want to say thank y'all. Any last words, Craig?
Nah, man, I'll end it on that, bro.
Aren't you working right now?
Nah, man.
Oh, all right.
I ain't worked since January, bro.
Oh, hey. Nobody needs to be in your business.
I'm kicking back.
No. You kicking it. Nobody needs to be in your business. All right, cool. All right.
All right, bro.
All right, take it easy.
All right,
One. This is not over. This is just not over. Auntie, I'll contact you and a few. The rest of y'all who have came up and had a discussion with us. Sugar Bum, love you still. Antisocial, love you. Bridget, love you. Auntie, one love, bro. Thanks for the Cash App. That's the super sticker. And hell, have a good rest of your day.